I'll be right there. Okay. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Okay. All right. All right. All righty. Oh my God. All right. No. No. Stop. No. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, we've got the A24 cameras back. I don't know, it just does it randomly now. I didn't have time to fix it. Oh my God, I'm sweating. Whew. Whew. Dude, Farley, I took him outside. I'm also gluing my nails back on until I have time to go get them fixed. I took him outside to go potty, and he took a shit, but then he smeared his ass. Oh, fuck, I don't think this is working. Then he smeared his ass all over the sidewalk. So we got poops everywhere. And I got back and I was like, oh my God. I have to dig this shit out of his ass. Congrats to Farley for getting Streamer Pet of the Week. What? Hold on. Finally? I need to see that. I need it. Flunky, thank you for the gifted. Johnny Sexo, thank you for the 2 months. Private Pile, thank you for the 19 months. Tavia, thank you for the 13 months. Low Fly, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, let me pull up this clip. Ooh, ooh. I know. Today of all days. Today of all days. Okay, wait, let me put this other nail on. This is so janky. How are we doing? Oh, it's Tuesday! Oh my God, I forgot to kick off the stream with It's Tuesday, boys. I'm really kind of only marking the days this week by how close it is to the election. So, next Tuesday is the election. Oh, God. Oh. Ah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a Tuesday, boys. How many days left for Streamer Award nominations? IDK. Streamer Pet of the Week, Farley! This is such a cute photo of him. Okay, your ass is all wet still. Yeah, you want to see yourself? Come here, you little superstar. Come here. Here you are. Okay, yeah, your booty is so wet. You're Streamer Pet of the Week, though. You're famous. You're famous. What do you think? Do you recognize who that is? Why do you look so mad? Can you give a speech? Can you give a speech? How does it feel to be Streamer Pet of the Week? It feels bad, man? Why does it feel bad, man? Because you think you should be the pet of the year? Like 1 week is not good enough? 1 week is not enough? Oh. Okay. Okay. He looks depressed. I think he always looks like this, though. This photo is fake. This is fake. So fake. So fake. All right. Can you take your wet ass and go... Can you go down? Can you go down? Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're getting me all wet. Your ass is wet. Wait, why am I getting double sound? Hold on one sec. Hold on a second. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, broadcast stream mix. No. Music. Music, line out. What if I take that off? Bro. Let's see. System. Okay, maybe that works. I don't know. Eddie K. Alexis, thank you for the 7 months. Alex, thank you for the 4 months. Wow, y'all. Josh's comment. Best dog on Twitch. I don't give a fuck. That's right. You heard it here. What if we went through Streamer Award nominations? The nominations close on November 4th. Wait, they closed that soon? So nominations close the day Monday, right? Because Tuesday's the 5th. Caroline for every category. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But if you want to, if you want to vote me for every category, do what your heart desires. I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm going to go through the nominations, and let me say why. Because I'm always afraid of hurting people's feelings, and I know that if people know you're doing the nominations, they will sit and lurk. They will lurk on your stream, and sometimes they will chat, and I feel uncomfortable. This is the Libra in me, y'all. I'm like, oh, I just, no, because that's the thing is like, no matter what, people will be sad. They'll be sad. It's like the pressure of a knock knock. Yeah, where I'm like, doesn't want us to know she's voting against Sam. Actually put Sam for every category because we're starting a podcast. So I need this podcast to pop. I need it. I'm going all in on sandwich stock for selfish reasons. I was at Sam's yesterday from 2 until 12:30 or like 12. We talked for 5 hours before we filmed the podcast, and we finished filming the episode at midnight, and I couldn't see anything. But yeah, we just, I don't know, we went over there to work on stuff, and then we just chatted for a long time, and then I went, damn, we still have to film the podcast. Can we look at the categories? Sure. Okay, why don't we do that? We'll go through the categories real quick. I'm not going to put my nominations in yet. Maybe I'll do it on stream. I don't know. Stay tuned. We could have filmed the next 5 episodes. I know, but that's how it goes. like to do a lot of yapping when the cameras are not on. Can we get a preview of the pod? Well, Sam is editing it. So I don't know if I don't know what our promo plan is. We're kind of just doing things loose and fast. Very loose, very fast. All right, let's just blow through these. Best creative arts streamer. I mean, do my Sunday nights count? I don't know if, what does the word best mean? What's the qualifier here? Best roleplay streamer. Best MOBA streamer. Cutie and Maya would go from doing that to avoid talking to each other all week solely so they could have content. It's like, I can't talk to you. And I also don't want to do that thing where I'm talking to Sam and then we're like, wait, let's save this for the podcast. Because I'm like, well, I want to talk. Hidden gem. Okay, I'll point out the categories that I think are always really competitive and the ones that I especially feel bad doing nominations on because I have a lot of friends who could fit in these categories and ones who it would be a really big deal if they got nominated. Hidden gem is one of those. Okay, best battle royale streamer. I never know these ones anyway. Best fighting game streamer. Best speedrun streamer. Best sports streamer. Best Fortnite streamer. Best FPS streamer. I mean, best Fortnite streamer. We all saw my Fortnite gameplay. Unjul, thank you for the 3 months. Best strategy game streamer. Get Off Your Ass award. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is best IRL streamer, but it's Get Off Your Ass award because it is presented by Mountain Dew. No one wants to get off their asses anymore and work. Stream game of the year. 12 minutes. Best content org. How about my brain? Best international streamer. Best streamed collab. Best streamed event. Best marathon stream. Best VTuber. Best variety streamer. Best just chatting streamer. This is also a competitive one, but it's usually the biggest streamers. Like, this is a very hard category. I feel like so is variety streamer. That's hard. Rising Star Award. Okay, yeah, this is another one like Hidden Gem where I have a lot of friends who could absolutely, should absolutely be nominated for this. And I feel like it's so competitive and let's just get rid of awards, everybody's a winner. How about that? You could win this? No, I can't. Because this award goes to a streamer who had at most 1,000 viewers at the start of the year. I had more than that. If this were who had at most 2,000, then yeah. Best breakout streamer. Okay, yeah. League of Their Own. I feel like Cinna will probably get this. Cinna or Jason. League of Their Own. This is another one that's like, there's so many people who could be in this category, and it's usually the big guys. I think I put Maya here last year because I really do believe Maya is a League of Their Own. Like, she is doing something that no one else does. Okay, Sapphire Award. This is the one that had drama last year. Oh boy, and I remember Cutie calling me to workshop this award, and I said, no matter what you do, there is going to be drama. People will make fun of it. They will be mad. Everyone's going to have something to say. Is Will Neff watching the World Series? No, he doesn't care for baseball. I did hear my neighbor, though, listening to it because I heard screaming, and then somebody who was giving a play-by-play it was a guy giving a play-by-play to a girl who was sitting there watching it with him. He's like, so here's what's happening. And I'm sure she's like, yeah, I can see. I'm watching it. I'm watching it. He's like, no, you don't understand. I have to explain it to you. Anyway, so Sapphire Award is for Best Female Marginalized Gender Streamer of the Year. This award recognizes a streamer who, like a Sapphire, is formed against the odds. In an industry where 97% of the top streamers are male, this award is dedicated to streamers who identify as female or marginalized gender and have excelled in entertaining at the highest level in 2024. Next! Gamer of the Year. And then last, Streamer of the Year. Streamer of the Year. Obviously, George Santos. Obviously. Maybe George Santos for Rising Star. Okay, so I know you guys want me to... You're like, what should we put you as? Here's what I will say. I am not campaigning for anything this year. I didn't campaign for anything last year. I do not expect to be nominated. So it's fine. I forgot about the nominations until you mentioned them. I gotta be honest, I don't really want, look, being nominated is nice, right? Like, everybody loves to be recognized. Everyone, besides maybe Kaide, because Kaide has been like, please do not recognize me at all. And I do feel a little similar to that this year. Kaide obviously had to deal with a ton of insane shit from the gaming community when she won I don't know, what was it, best FPS or whatever. Please do not perceive me. I don't know, I just like don't, it's not a not caring, it's like I'm not like whatever, I don't care. I don't know, it's a weird time. Times are weird. They got so mad Cutie deleted the category. Yeah, that's what happens when people are freaks. That's what happens. Yeah, I don't know. It feels just like a weird time. Weird time on the platform. It's an election in a week. I think I'm of course, I'm gonna go to the Streamer Awards, and I'm excited for people who the Streamer Awards always is a nice way to expose them to a lot of people who they otherwise wouldn't be exposed to. I already put you in every category. Great. Awesome. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I don't know. Look, what I will say to you guys is, I love and appreciate you. And y'all are gonna do what you're gonna do, and I just don't want anyone to be disappointed too if I don't get nominated, which most likely won't happen. And I'm not going to be campaigning for anything. And the one thing that I feel that I would, if I were to pick a category, it'd be like, oh, Sapphire Award makes sense, but just knowing how much shit that's gonna bring. Oh, like that award is already mocked up and down, left and right, and it sucks. Like, it's so stupid that people are doing that. But that's one where I go, okay, if I look at who I am and what I've done, yeah, I think that one probably makes the most sense. You know? Pigeonatic, thank you for the 3 months. If you're going to stay in cinematic camera mode moving forward, that'll, yeah, that will, I mean, maybe if they had a best pop culture category. Best pop culture. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. You'll do a January 6th. Great. Great. Do it. Anyway, I'll decide if later in the week I do nominations. We shall see. I'm just taking a very the same way I'm approaching the election, where I'm like, do what you guys are gonna do. Vote how you want to vote. Cast your votes how you want to cast your votes. Zoe and Channing split up. I know. I wonder how many couples who have done the Criterion Closet have split up. Is there any way to track that? How many relationships is the Criterion Closet responsible for breaking up? Caroline said, stand back and stand by. Stand back and stand by, everybody. Kid Chrono, thank you for the 5 community subs. Gracias. Best baseball cap. Yeah, here's some categories I would pick for myself. Best, most amount of hats worn at one time. I would pick that one. Most obsessed with entertainment industry award shows. Worst cooked chicken award. You know, where's that category? Most time spent fixing tech issues. Okay, here's the thing. I feel like there's probably more people. I don't know if I would be the clear winner on that. Blandest soup award. Yeah. Most failed recipes? Maybe? Most spiders spotted on stream. Most spiders spotted on stream. Yeah. What I'm saying is I think the most tech issues, there'd be more competition there. That's all I'm saying. It's not just me. It's not just me. Longest 12 minutes gameplay award. Yeah. Yeah. Most flooded house, apartment, residence. Yeah, so there's I noticed that none of those are categories at the Streamer Awards, you know. Most likely to do a tribute to a person that most people on the platform have never heard of. I think that's another one. Most likely to spend 2 hours on a tribute that if anyone else were to cover it would spend 30 seconds and be like, oh, that's sad, and then move on. There should be a best tanky streamer award. Are you saying that in a way where you are somebody who screams about tankies online? Good one. Good award category. Nice. Most likely to do planned segments more than 2 times. You'd lose. Okay, I did Jazz Night 3 times. I'm pretty sure. I did Jazz Friday 3 times. Missing best mods and best clips. They usually do clips. Like, they usually do great clips throughout the show, but they don't have a category for it. You like jazz? You like jazz? Most times referencing cats. I don't think anybody would come close to me. I think I would have that. You got TERI GARR misspelled. So did you, but you're right. I did. There's only one R in TERI, but you also spelled it wrong. That's like me with Will yesterday when I was making fun of his spelling, and then it's not my fault. His keyboard is crazy. His keyboard is insane, and so I was trying to type in Batman, and I typed in Batman. I thought you were Tanky. You're the best one. Oh. Thanks. So funny to see you keep coming in with a larger bust and Will didn't notice. I know. I thought he was doing a bit. I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that he doesn't notice this. No way. He didn't. I think that's the first time that he has not noticed an extremely large bosom right in front of his face. Here's the clip. Okay, I will give you guys the context to this. So the context is that I got back late from Sam's. I went in to say hi to Will. He was I guess talking best cat women. Asked me, he said Halle Berry or Michelle Pfeiffer, costume wise. I said Michelle Pfeiffer. And then he said Michelle Pfeiffer or Anne Hathaway. I said Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle Pfeiffer wins for me all the way. And then we start talking about Batmans. He is Val Kilmer, takes the sexy Batman prize. I said Christian Bale. And then people were like, you look like Val Kilmer. And Will said, no, I'm uglier than Val Kilmer. And I go, well, I think you're hotter than Val Kilmer. He said, no, you're lying. I said, fine. You want me to say you're uglier than Val Kilmer? He said, yeah, because then you'd be telling the truth. And I said, fine. But you think I'm hotter than Monica Bellucci, who he thinks is the hottest woman in the world, as do I. And he goes, yes, or at least the same. Depending on the light. And I said, oh, pray do tell. He said, depending on the light, she's just got some assets that are, depending on the lighting, you know, they really just get shown off. I said, oh, okay. So then I leave to let him continue his bullshit. And I hear him call for me. And he's like, can I have some meatloaf and some potatoes, some mashed potatoes, which I made for dinner on Sunday. And, oh, side note, he said to me, he's like, wow, this is so good. Is this healthy? I'm like, yeah, there's only 2 sticks of butter in the mashed potatoes and a shit ton of salt, cream, etc. He legitimately asked me if it was healthy. I was like, yeah, it's super healthy. Anyway, so here's me bringing in his meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Okay, that is not playing. Why is that sound not popping up? Let's see. Okay, boom, boom. All right.
Oh.
Yeah. Does anybody notice anything different? Anything? Anything? Anything at all? Maybe it's the lighting. Maybe something different with my hair. Well, Will didn't notice shit.
Meatloaf. No, this is perfect. Thank you.
Oh my god, not the sound effect. Haas! Holy shit, that is so funny, dude.
Oh, were you gonna kill
Yes.
me?
I took. What is happening with my stream? Yeah, I played with him for like 20 minutes.
Did you get a walk?
Yeah. Okay, wait. Why is? Can you guys hear something? Do you hear anyone hearing white noise? What is that coming from? What is that? Oh! I didn't close Amanda the Adventure the last time I played it. So it was the game that was playing. Yeah, I was real confused. Real confused. Yeah, my computer's probably just gonna blow up one of these days. Yeah, best dumb shit gamer award. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's a classic moment. How about this? Okay, how about most hours on Steam that are not actually hours where the person actively was playing a game? I think that's the perfect category for me. You have a surprising hater. Let me finish this first.
Okay.
What the hell? Yeah, so he just didn't notice my titties. He didn't notice my big bosom. He didn't notice it at all. He didn't look. He didn't care. So, you know what? Is he really the boob whisperer if he didn't even see my ginormous bosom? He only noticed the knife. Yeah, it's kind of funny though because right at this moment when he turned,
No,
the timing here. The timing here.
Oh, were you gonna kill me?
Okay. You know what, guys? Next time when I say this man doesn't pay attention, there's evidence. He does not pay attention. Okay, yeah, and then there's a part 2. There's a part 2 where I made them even bigger. I made them even bigger and still
A small town.
there's
Okay,
no
so to me it
fucking
looked like
way.
a pole dancing skeleton, right? And then it was like, you know, guy skeletons or gal skeletons, I guess, sitting in chairs around the pole. That's
Yeah,
what it looked like to me.
It might not be age appropriate either.
Haas is such a menace on that soundboard. You're right. You're right. I saw Haas's comment that was like, you just need to make them bigger and then he'll notice them. And no, in fact. No, in fact. I mean, these were really popping.
A small town. Okay, so to me it looked like a pole dancing skeleton, right? And then it was like,
I guess that
guy
meatloaf
skeletons
is
or
just
gal
too
skeletons,
good.
I guess, sitting in chairs around the pole.
Yeah,
That's what it looked like to me.
It might not be age appropriate either.
Right, you know.
I guess the meatloaf was too good, y'all. He's, yeah, locked into stream. Isn't paying any attention to what I am doing whatsoever. Maybe a third time would have done it. Yeah. If I had my fake ass that I used to have, I could have put that in. Maybe the titties and the booty would have brought attention finally.
Have you guys played Amanda 2 yet?
No.
I haven't played
But I've
Amanda
heard it's
1.
good.
I want to watch you guys play it.
I think I'll never play it till I die.
It was such a horrible time.
I'll definitely never play it.
I like watching people play it though. I watched Caroline play last night.
Oh my god,
this
I
one.
love to hate watch Caroline playing Elden Ring.
What the fuck? Okay. I've changed my mind on the Streamer Award nominations. I know I said before, whatever, I'm not going to put myself for anything. Gamer of the fucking year. Everybody right now, everyone, tell your moms, tell your grandmas, tell your creepy racist uncles, tell your Zoomer cousins. Cap Nice, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Tell everybody. Tell the haters. Tell Joe Biden. Tell Bella Hadid. Tell everyone. Tell everyone. Gamer of the year. This.
Oh!
Wait, Ludwig, you and I did that together.
Yeah, it's such a joy.
Squeaks.
For like hours.
He just said
Have you-
he said it's such a joy at the end.
No!
Wait, Ludwig, you and I did that together.
Yeah, it's such a joy.
For like hours.
Quantarage, do not stand back and do not stand by. I can't believe Squeaks said we did that together. He didn't say, no, you know what, actually? It was very inspiring watching her because despite the many failures, she kept at it for like hours. No, he's not referring to him and Squeaks playing the game. He's referring to when Squeaks, Rob CD, I think Connor VA, they were all staying at Cutie and Ludwig's, and they pulled up my Elden Ring gameplay. I can't even remember what boss it was. It was horrible. It was like a 3-hour boss fight, and they were watching it. They were watching it. Despite everything, nevertheless, she persisted. Nevertheless, she persisted, y'all. I mean, really, what better story is there? This is like the end of Game of Thrones. For who has a better story than what's his fucking name? Who should be the king? What? Me? But I'm just the three-eyed raven. Yeah, Bran Stark. Bran the Broken. For who has a better story than Bran the Broken? I can think of a lot of fucking people. Fuck Bran the Broken. Bran the Broken bitch. Yeah, they should have dug up Hodor's body. Made him the king. Anyway. Anywho. Raise a girl's girl. She is. And, You know, this is why you cannot trust men. Can't trust them. They don't see you when you've significantly changed. They don't notice changes. They don't take any note. And they just do not appreciate an underdog gaming story. Yeah, it's men derogatory. It's men derogatory. But I'll have the last laugh once I have beaten Radon. One day. One day more. Wow, good to know my gaming is making such waves on this in this industry. You know, I think if I were to be nominated for Gamer of the Year, just nominated, I think that surely it would not cause anyone to be mad. I think if I'm in a, like, you know, I need some good PR, I think being nominated as Gamer of the Year is the thing that would do that. Yeah, so you all know what to do. What if Sandwich got nominated? If Sandwich got nominated for Game of the Year over me, well, I'm thinking back on all of our gaming experiences together, and to be fair, from a mechanics standpoint, from a figuring things out while I do nothing, yes, Sam, I would say has outdone me with those qualifications. You know, from GTA RP, when I had to drive a vehicle for the first time, I should put together a Gamer of the Year video. I won't do it, but I would have GTA RP in there. I would have all the bear traps from Resident Evil. I would have, obviously, Elden Ring. Every time I would defeat a boss and then walk off the cliff. The highlight reel. Yeah. God, GTA RP seems so long ago. Portal 2, when Sam would figure out an entire puzzle as I was sitting there, I don't know, talking about, like, whatever the hell. To be fair, does it say best gamer of the year or just gamer of the year? True. That's a good point. That is a good point. You know, I've done a lot of games on stream. I'm some might say that I am a real gamer. Yeah, a for your consideration video. That's what I need. Yeah, that's what I need. The time that was I playing a game when Nandre tricked me into Alt F4ing? Was that a game or was that just something else that I was doing? Chained Together, Detroit Becoming Human. Yes, Detroit Become Human, when I accidentally tried to lead the rebellion and then everyone died. Heavy Rain, yeah. The Heavy Rain QRTE, whatever the hell it's called. Running past items in Silent Hill. Pal World was the Alt F4. Yeah. Yeah. You should go for the Rising Star Award. I'm actually over the I am over the parameters for Rising Star. So I'm kind of stuck in that weird in between of where to put me. God, what other big gaming moments? I think you got one of the worst endings in Heavy Rain in Detroit. Yes, I think so. Walking Dead. Yeah, everyone, all the people who died. All the people who died. We've done a lot. We've done a lot of gaming. 12 minutes, the moment that I realized that it's... the moment that I realized that it was one level, like that was the game. It wasn't, you know... It wasn't like, here's the first chapter and then you go to the next chapter. When you had 12 minutes per round, I didn't pick up on that until I did. This award goes to streamer at most 1,000 viewers at the start of the year. Right. I had more than that. At the start of 2023 or whatever the hell year, I had more. So I can't qualify. Right. So it has to be 1,000 or less. It has to be 1,000 or less. Yeah. Wait, is this the game? Is this the fucking game? It's called 12 minutes because each level I have 12 minutes? Gosh. We've had some great gaming moments. We really have. We really, really have. Yeah, I'm in between the 1 to 2K. 1 to 2K range. Which means that a lot of these categories I would never have a shot at. Pretty much all of them. But then the ones like Rising Star, Hidden Gem, all that, can't qualify for either. I feel like a lot of streamers who I know are in my bracket of, we've got a nice sized community, not the biggest streamers, not super huge name recognition, but not small enough to qualify for some of these categories. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyway. Anywho, y'all. Anywho. But you know what? Farley won. He won Streamer Pet of the Week. So I'll take that. I will take that. That's all I need in this world. Is for Farley to be Streamer Pet of the Week. Slay. You unironically deserve Gamer of the Year. I watch every game you play, even when it's ones I never had interest in, because you make it fun. Well, thanks. Okay, we got stuff to talk about. We have the election in 1 week, so I was like, okay, we're gonna take a look at some thingy things, because even though this election has been quite depressing, there's crazy shit that's happening. There's all like the Tony Hinchcliffe Nazi rally drama, where it is kind of funny that so much of the attention is on Tony Hinchcliffe, and Trump was like, I don't know him. He loves to pull the Mariah Carey, I don't know her, whenever he gets in hot water with somebody. Like, he'll say that about people who worked for him. He'll be like, I don't know that. I don't know them. I don't know that person. But it's like, okay, so if you were to like look at what everybody else said at that rally, there were worse things that were said. Rudy Giuliani, for instance. And so to have Trump trying to distance himself specifically from Tony Hinchcliffe and be like, whoa, I don't know that guy. Well, how about everybody else? Tucker Carlson, Rudy. There's a lot of people, Stephen Miller, there's a lot of people saying crazy racist shit. And we can watch the Jon Stewart video too, because I know a lot of people are mad at Jon Stewart, and I'll give you my take on it, but it wasn't so much what was said, it was the time and place. Yeah, we'll chat about that too. I'll get my thoughts on it. And I still need to decide what I am doing for the election, because I don't want to just sit here depressed. But I don't know. If we have ideas, if you guys have ideas, let me know. We need the Swifties to see the clip of him implying Travis. Oh, I'm sorry. The Swifties are too busy. The Swifties are too busy. Not all the Swifties, but like the real fucking crazy Swifties are too busy doing side-by-side pictures of Joe Alwyn and Travis Kelce in a look at how much healthier Travis Kelce looks. It'll be like a picture of him playing football, and then close up of Joe Alwyn as he's advocating for humanitarian aid in Gaza and Lebanon. They're like, look at how superior Travis Kelce is. I'm like, you bitches stand for nothing, but you stand for nothing but stupidity. That's it. Like, just leave Joe Alwyn alone, okay? Taylor's not dating him anymore. She's dating the football guy. Please grow up and have more than a 5th grade level brain. I did fix my title. I did. I updated it. You might need to refresh. I like that that's the problem here. I like that I'm talking about the Nazi rally. I'm talking about Swifties going after Joe Alwyn because he doesn't look as hot or healthy as Travis Kelce, even though he's out here advocating for Gaza and Lebanon. It's like, excuse me. It's TERI GARR. Okay, you know what? Yes. All right. I typed this very fast. Here we go. I fixed it. TERI GARR, young Frankenstein. I can't see anything anymore. I no longer can see. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. How about this? I'm going to do this. Okay. I fixed it. I did not know that there would be multiple people who are singularly focused on the fact that I spelled TERI. And all respect to TERI GARR. All respect. I'm going to change this back now, because all respect to TERI GARR, who is she was amazing. She was wonderful. She was in one of my favorite movies of all time, Young Frankenstein. We will talk about her later. And I cannot see anything. Okay, my eyes are 100 years old. But the 3 people searching Twitch for TERI GARR, I know. The 3 people are like, wait, is anybody talking about TERI GARR? We'll never find my stream because my eyes have rotted out of my head. It's Frankenstein. All right. Anyway, okay. We got stuff to go through, so let's go through it.
It is absolutely.
Let's go through it. Okay. So last night, Trump had a rally at Madison Square Garden. He had a rally at Madison Square Garden, and a bunch of people said really crazy racist shit, which is just the norm now. I think it would be abnormal if they weren't saying crazy racist shit. And that's not to say that we should normalize any of this. Oh, no. It is unfortunate that it has been normalized because they're always saying crazy racist shit. But the one that's gotten most of the attention, and I think it's probably because he's not a regular fixture with the Trump campaign, and also because he's a comedian who's known for doing roasts. That is Tony Hinchcliffe, and he has a show called Kill Tony, which maybe that title is more accurate than people originally thought. This fucking guy, yeah. Carrarist, thank you for the 5 months.
Wild times.
Okay, so these are just some of the highlights, and by that, lowlights from the Madison Square Garden rally. It doesn't include the Rudy Giuliani clip, which we will watch.
Really is. And, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so that's especially the joke that has incensed a lot of people, and really wild to do 1 week before the election, when there are about 5 million people of Puerto Rican descent in the United States, and quite a few of them live in important battleground states like Pennsylvania. And so a week before the election, having this fascist rally where you call Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage is definitely a move, is what I will say. It's absolutely a decision there. The fucking target that's going to be on this guy's back if Trump loses. Potentially.
We're getting there.
You grab some water.
Again, normally I don't follow the national anthem.
Sorry to leave you alone for 30 seconds with all this.
This isn't exactly a perfect comedy setup. There's some people here. All right. Very good. It's absolutely wild to see. And in Texas, stuff is really, really crazy. We're right there by a wide open border. Where are my proud Latinos at tonight? You guys see what I mean? It's wide open. There's so many of them. It's absolutely incredible. Believe it or not, people, I welcome migrants to the United States of America with open arms. And by open arms, I mean like this.
10 days from now, to look in the eye to America with a straight face, it's going to be pretty hard to look at us and say, you know what? Kamala Harris, she got 85 million votes because she's just so impressive. As the first Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ, former California prosecutor ever to be elected president, it was just a groundswell of popular support.
Why are they all coked the fuck out? Are they handing out cocaine? Are they all just ripping lines of cocaine before they take the stage?
And anyone who thinks otherwise is just a freak or a criminal.
And today, this is Donald Trump's house.
Bro, you wonder why people think American politics is just a fucking joke. You wonder why. You don't wonder why. Because you see this and you're like, how many times can we say that we are living idiocracy? That we are living in real life idiocracy. That is American politics, man.
Brother. You know something, Trump maniacs? I don't see no stinking Nazis in here. I don't see no stinking domestic terrorists in here. The only thing I see in here are a bunch of hard-working men and women that are real Americans, brother.
Bro, this is also, it's so funny that this is the party that has spent so much time demonizing all LGBTQ people and just, treating rainbow flags like they're the sign of the devil. And look at this flamboyant shit. Look at him. Look at all of this. Look at this theater. Look at this theater. Yeah. Meanwhile, this queen.
When she was asked what she would do differently compared to Joe Biden, she said, nothing comes to mind. She's running on how she's going to be different, but she couldn't name a single thing that she would do differently than Joe Biden. Now, I will say that could be the Kamala Harris official campaign slogan. Kamala Harris, nothing comes to mind.
I mean, this was the least inflammatory racist thing that was said on the stage. He's letting everybody else do the work, but just co-signing it.
Kamala's gross incompetence disqualifies her from being president of the United States of America. She is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interviews, look at what she did the other night on fake news, CNN. Just take a look.
Just take a look.
She couldn't answer a question. She's unfit for office. Everyone knows it. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual.
They love the low IQ line.
And we will make America great again.
Okay, so that doesn't include other highlights, other shit that was said, which includes calling Kamala Harris the devil, the Antichrist, on the side of the terrorists, saying that Kamala's pimp handlers will destroy our country. Hillary Clinton, some sick bastard, sick son of a bitch, and the whole fucking Democratic Party, a bunch of degenerates, lowlives, Jew haters. And then here's the do I have this pulled up? Let's see. The Rudy Giuliani clip is, yeah, here it is. It's really quite something.
Was Israel's darkest hour. They are our best friend. I worked for Ronald Reagan for 8 years. Ronald Reagan said, we have to be there for Israel always because they are always there for us.
Okay, but also Ronald Reagan got on the fucking phone and called the prime minister and withheld aid from Israel when they were committing war crimes in Lebanon. Ronald Reagan actually was not, he was not, let's give Israel whatever they want no matter what they do. He was harsher to Israel than Joe Biden has ever been. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was better on Israel than Reagan, or than Biden.
Hamas is not there for us. Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old. They won't let a Palestinian in Jordan. They won't let a Palestinian.
Yeah, you know, when they're teaching Palestinian kids their ABCs and also trying to not die from an airstrike, they're also teaching them, hey, by the way, we fucking hate Rudy Giuliani. Teaching them at 2. They hold up a picture of Rudy Giuliani and they're like, that guy is
Palestinian
bad.
in Egypt. And Harris wants to bring them to you. They may have good people. I'm sorry, I don't take a risk with people that are taught to kill Americans at 2. I'm on the side of Israel. You're on the side of Israel. Donald Trump's on the side of Israel. And they're on the side of the terrorists. Like me.
Wow.
President Trump grew up here.
You know, what's interesting, too, is how liberals are doing the thing where because this came out of Rudy Giuliani's mouth and Rudy Giuliani is despicable, he is deplorable, he is pathetic, just an absolute loser, one of the biggest falls from grace. And they can recognize that the words coming out of Rudy's mouth are so insanely racist. And yet, what's interesting is how that sentiment, maybe not said with those exact words, but that sentiment has been repeated in liberal media. That plus also like the equivalent of that has been said by Democratic politicians who have advocated for, Palestinians being wiped out. And so here we have an ability to go, oh, this is disgusting. Rudy Giuliani is so racist and so horrible. And yet that is not, that understanding, that obvious awareness is nowhere to be found when it's the liberal establishment, which includes Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who in their actions have demonstrated that they don't care about they don't care about 2-year-old Palestinian kids either. And it's why we always say, if Trump had been in office for the last 4 years, and Trump was the one who, at this moment and for the past year, had been facilitating the genocide in Gaza, you would have had a lot more liberals speaking out, but in a way where it is not because they don't support Israel, but because they don't support Donald Trump. And so they will always oppose whatever it is that Donald Trump is doing. So you would have had more liberals who were calling out the nonstop support militarily, financially, et cetera, for Israel.
He's a
Right, like for the wrong reasons.
That's why some people get a little annoyed at him. He speaks his mind. But wouldn't you rather have a president that communicates with you than one who sits in a basement babbling?
Bro! One day all these people will be dead. One day they'll all be dead. Just remember that. They'll be dead. Okay, so
All right, here we
oops,
are
sorry.
with just over a week to go.
Sorry.
before Election Day.
That's
The
so
marathon
loud. That's so
campaign-
loud. Here's the Camilla Antichrist clip.
Imagine Camilla Harris.
Camilla
performing a
Harris.
random, kind, generous act like that. Never, ever. In fact, she is the devil, whoever screamed that out. She is the...
Did anybody really scream that out? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. He's like, oh yeah, that you in the back who said Camilla Harris is the devil. Those are your words.
Antichrist. Can you imagine Camilla Harris performing a random, kind, generous act like that? Never.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, criminy.
Season enters its final sprint to the White House. Take a look at this new...
Also, I just always have to say this every time this man is on TV. He's like one of the most beautiful people in media. I just always have to point that out. Like, how is this man not on a runway somewhere? Hi, one of the floating garbage people here. Yeah, it's just jokes, though. Just remember, it's just
enters
jokes.
its final sprint to the White House. Take a look at this new CBS News polling. It shows the race is in a dead heat nationally and collectively in the battleground states, where this will be won or lost.
Yeah, this election in 1 week, y'all. It could very well be that either candidate wins all 7 battleground states, or I don't know. Here's what I just always want to remind you of electoral politics, and the closer and closer we get to a national election, it's gambling. It is people who are wanting to be right, but also wanting to cover all their bases. So they'll say things, and I'm not just talking about this guy, but just, you know, if you've been watching any coverage of polls and early voting data, et cetera, it is at its core, polls are never going to be accurate in a way that doesn't require guesswork. And oftentimes they are totally wrong, whether they be the national polls or the swing state polls. And right now, the election is so close. It is legitimately either candidate's race. Trump could win all 7 battleground states. Kamala could win all 7 battleground states. And it's something that we just won't know until a week from today. Nate Silver doesn't trust his prediction. Yeah, the funniest thing is that poll guys who spend all their time doing polls, doing this shit, they'll also be like, yeah, but don't trust them. Don't listen to them. And I'm somebody who I don't care to be right. So I'm not going to be like, look, listen up, y'all. This is who's going to win. I'm calling it right now, because the truth is that the way presidential elections have been now for the past 8 years is they are very, very, very close. They are just very, very, very close. And it's, you know, you look at 2020 and a number of battleground states, it was a matter of like 10,000 votes, 20,000 votes. It's insane that most of the country's, you know, individual voters in most of the country, it doesn't matter. It's that part has been predetermined. It's a small percentage in a handful of states that is the deciding factor.
Former President Donald Trump took his message to New York City's Madison Square Garden in a rally last night, one that stretched on for more than 7 hours and included Trump's vision for the country and insults at his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris.
This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure.
I'm going to vote twice and illegally. Great.
Or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We will have the strongest economy, the most secure borders, the safest cities.
Yeah, that was
the
Melania.
most powerful military. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual.
The rally also featured offensive comments from surrogates, including...
I think one thing to look out for in this election is the turnout of young men ages 18 to 29, who historically have been a very unreliable and unreachable voting bloc, but who Trump and his allies have spent a lot of time courting. It's why Trump has gone on, you know, he's done stuff with Logan Paul and Aiden Ross and went on Joe Rogan and went on Theo's show. He has been catering nonstop to young men, a lot of whom have drifted from the Democratic Party and now consider themselves to be on the right, consider themselves to be fans of Donald Trump. But the question will be, are they going to go out and vote? Because there's a big difference between someone saying, I like this guy, MAGA, Trump 2024, and then taking their ass to the poll or sending in their ballot and casting an actual vote. So that will be, I mean, if young men come out in droves to vote for Donald Trump, it will be a game changer. Yeah.
Comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, who made disparaging remarks against Black, Jewish, and Hispanic Americans. He is facing major backlash for what he said about Puerto Rico.
Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
We've got team coverage following the election this morning. CBS News campaign reporters Jake Rosen on the left and Nidia Cavazos on the right. Jake is here with me in Studio 57. So, Jake, let's start with you. That wasn't even a joke. It was just straight up offensive. The Trump campaign has put out a statement. We want to mention that, saying this joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or the campaign.
This is what I don't fucking get. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And also, Tony is just one guy. And Tony was awful on stage, but did we not hear what everyone else on stage was saying? Have we not heard Donald Trump himself when he talks about Latinos, when he talks about immigrants? What the fuck? This joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or the campaign. That is just objectively not true. Is objectively not true. And also, sorry, did Tony Hinchcliffe just wander up on stage without having been asked, without having been vetted, without having the Trump campaign of who Trump, it was his rally, and therefore his campaign was orchestrating this, that they're like, we don't know him. It's not Donald Trump.
Have we heard from Trump himself? And how does this fit into the closing message as they try to
court it's not racist
voters?
Enough. So we haven't yet, and this comes after not just Hinchcliffe made that, quote, joke and went on as kind of the opening act yesterday at Madison Square Garden, talking for a couple minutes about different racial groups and insulting them, insulting Kamala Harris, but also a full pre-programmed slate of over 25 speakers who, a lot of them parroted former President Trump's rhetoric about
Hi, Caroline. O2K viewer, not normally a chatter here. What's up? Welcome in. It's so much worse than that was a joke on the teleprompter the campaign knew. Yeah, I mean, there's no... They've done this before. Trump's campaign has done this before when somebody who they've had as part of a rally or, just is a member of Donald Trump's team gets in trouble for something, which is crazy because when you look at the comments of Tony Hinchcliffe compared to what has been said by Donald Trump himself, it's not even as bad. It's bad, but it's not even as bad. So it's always interesting who they decide we're going to try to pretend as if we had nothing to do with this.
Migrants and immigrants, but also kind of took a page from Hinchcliffe's book and tried to make jokes to a full arena of people. Obviously, this fits in the Trump campaign has pitched this rally to reporters as the start of the closing arguments across the campaign trail. Why not take their message to the center of the universe, as Madison Square Garden is? Why not take Donald Trump's message on immigration and the economy to New York, a place where the media markets from all across the country, all across the world are focused on?
The problem, I think, that a lot of people had is that there were mirrors of language used at this rally, language used at a Nazi rally. Some of the guests even referenced...
Yeah, meanwhile, Mike Johnson and Mitch McConnell, who didn't you retire, bitch, bye, are once again saying that Kamala Harris needs to tone down the rhetoric of calling Trump a fascist. Yeah. Dragon Army, thank you for the gifted. They changed his prepared speech to remove him calling Harris the C word. They're like, oh yeah, that's a bridge too far. That's too much. Let's not go so misogynistic there. You can call her the devil. You can call her low IQ, Samoan Malaysian, and the Antichrist, but let's leave the C word out. Yeah, we don't want to turn away too many of our women voters in this last week. So they might not respond well to calling Kamala Harris a cunt.
referencing. This isn't a Nazi rally. And as you mentioned, this is the closing message. So how does it fit into overall what the Trump campaign is trying to accomplish?
Well, again, taking his message on immigration alone, in the context of this conversation, he pledged to deport illegal immigrants, something that has been a consistent pledge of his for over 8 years now. He pledged to give the death penalty to migrants who kill American citizens. He pledged to bring in legal resources and make sure that people are deported if they are affiliated, with transnational gangs. This kind of got rousing applause from the crowd, full standing ovation at times, but we heard basically a parroting of that too, of America is for Americans, as Stephen Miller, a Trump advisor, said on stage yesterday, focusing on immigration, whether it's in New York City and New Yorkers who maybe don't feel as safe as they do, whether that's true or not, based on statistics, is up to the voter and how they feel across the country. Trump has made this a thing in Springfield, Ohio, Aurora, Colorado, all across the country. He even went to California a couple weeks ago and tried to make that claim there about what's going on in California, saying every problem you have around immigration, migrants, homeless migrants in your communities, crime in your communities, goes back to Joe Biden.
The other funny thing is Elon Musk, of course, was at that rally, and I can't remember who it was, but they were like, America belongs to Americans. Like, only Americans should be here. And I guess everyone's either too stupid or they just don't give a shit that Elon Musk is an immigrant. And Elon Musk, it was Stephen Miller, of course, classic. And Elon Musk at one point worked in this country illegally. So just want to point that out. Just want to point that out. Yeah, USA. USA. Oh. But Elon, he's a white immigrant, so it's fine. And he's supporting Donald Trump, so it's also fine. King Fabino, thank you for the tier
Harris,
1.
and I will fix that is his message.
And you've been in about, I think, 8 different states since we last saw you here on set. Where does Trump head next?
He's going to Georgia tonight for a rally in Atlanta. He'll be in Pennsylvania all day tomorrow. And then he's back out to the West Coast where he just was for a rally in Nevada later this week. In addition to all the other battleground states, we'll see him in Wisconsin also later this week.
All right. Jake Rosen, the race continues. Here we are. Thanks so much.
Okay, let's watch some of Jon Stewart because people are pissed at Jon Stewart, this is what always happens. Somebody says something, people get pissed at that person, and then somebody says something about that person, and then people get pissed at that. So let's watch Jon's comments. Because the anger is at him not going after Tony Hinchcliffe and somewhat defending him. Also, I'll just say this about Jon Stewart is he's a guy that you won't make me hate Jon Stewart. And I know I keep pausing this before we get to like the part that everyone's talking about, but I think what happens a lot of times is when someone who has been a force of good overall and someone who has been a really important voice especially when there was no one else, and then they say or do something, and I don't mean like, oh, we find out that they're a serial rapist. It's like, yeah, but we still love them. I'm talking about Bernie Sanders. I'm talking about Bernie Sanders not being where he should be on Israel and Palestine for how, for what a progressive champion he's been in so many other categories or on so many other issues. But I still will always appreciate Bernie. And I know I was late to the game on Bernie. But Bernie is someone that I guess I'm telling you guys, you don't have to hate someone because they haven't lived up to all expectations, when I think it's important to look at the overall good that they have done. They've been a net good, a progressive voice, have, pushed progress in this country. And someone like Jon Stewart, Jon has always said he has always said, don't come to me for my political takes, which, I mean, you're a comedian who does politics. So yeah, people are going to come to you for your political takes. I get what he's saying in that, please don't. I'm not the same as a political commentator because I'm a comedian first and foremost. I vote for these fools. People really eat this shit up. They love the political theater. They love the idea. You know what it is too? It's they look at these fools and they look at the way that they are doing these performances, and they love that it's not, they're going against the grain. They're not getting up there and doing the bullshit, fake civility politics. They're not snakes. It's seriously, that's what it is. There's a lot of people in this country who see this as representative of bucking the status quo, of like, oh yeah, Democrats are stuck up and think that they're better than everyone and they're snakes too. But what's interesting is that there's a little bit of a crossover where I think you have right-wing voters who, some of them love the racist shit. Some of them, they absolutely eat it up. There's other ones who are like, no, I don't, I don't really agree with the words, but at least they're not hiding anything. At least these people are upfront, and Donald Trump is honest, which is crazy, but honest, and they're not like hiding in the shadows, saying one thing and then doing the other, right? And then they look at Democrats and they go, they are wolves in sheep's clothing. And that wolves in sheep's clothing is also something that people to the left of Democrats will say. And I'm not trying to like horseshoe theory here, okay? Because I feel like the horseshoe theory thing has just, so many of the dumbest people online have run with that and been like, see, this is what we've been talking about, that progressives are exactly the same as MAGA people. But it's that it is this perception of Democrats as wolves in sheep's clothing, where they will, they will talk about how they are the serious party, because look at this clown show over here, is this really what America wants? While not pushing through a progressive agenda, while not like, it's spending all their time pointing to the clown show and saying, do you really want these clowns or do you want serious people? And it's like, well, what do you have to offer? What radical platform? How are you going to excite people to vote for you other than, we're the serious party and look at this clown show here. They're jokes. They're horrible. Sarah, thank you for the 12 months. And it is not enough. It is not enough to get your average voter, especially in these really important voting blocks, right? I'm talking working class white voters, okay? I'm talking disenfranchised folks in this country. It's not enough to say to them, the other guy is so racist, is such a fool, is such a clown. Look at him. You have to offer people something more than that. You have to offer them real goddamn hope and change. And when you do not run on a platform that is ambitious, when you have taken steps backwards from the platform 4 years ago, when, a lot of what you have dropped are things that are very popular in this country and that people want, that they need, then you're not offering people anything that they can't already identify for themselves, but have decided that it's not enough of a problem to keep them from voting for that party. There are a lot of, people see Donald Trump. They hear Donald Trump. They see all this. there's a lot of people who aren't comfortable with it. It's interesting because I've talked to family members on Will's side who are right wing. They're supporting Trump, et cetera, et cetera. And there's quite a few who have said to me, because I'm always trying to figure out, like, what's the thing here? What is it? And they've said that they're not comfortable with the rhetoric, but they believe that the policies are better for them, that Trump is offering them something materially. And so they will look past everything else. They're like, yeah, I don't like the tone and the words that he uses. I'm not, ripping my shirt off, ear bandage on, like rootin' tootin', hell yeah, yeehaw. What policies? I mean, for his wealthy family members, they're like, I want the tax breaks, but also they have fallen. They believe the immigration shit. They do. They believe it. And so despite like thinking to themselves that they don't like this, they don't like the, the theater of it all, they have bought into lies about immigrants and, all this other shit. The policies don't actually have to be good, just enough voters have to believe it. Yes, enough voters have to believe that Donald Trump will be materially better in their lives. That Donald Trump, as opposed to Joe Biden, which Kamala Harris they look at, or they may be looking at as just more of Joe Biden, and it's also a psychological thing where people have short memories. And they look fondly back on the last year of Trump's presidency when an enormous stimulus package was passed to help people because of the pandemic. And that was like tangible cash that people had in their pockets. And so they go, Donald Trump took care of me. And then they look at Biden's years, especially the last couple years, the stimulus package dried up, and they chalk it up to and their grocery prices, inflation, everything is just called inflation now. Like, Republicans have successfully labeled higher prices as inflation. And so they may say to themselves, like, yeah, Donald Trump says racist things. Donald Trump is inflammatory. But Donald Trump means more money in my pocket, lower grocery price, all that you hear over and over again. And it is the advantage that someone has who wasn't just in office, who isn't the incumbent, where they aren't associated with the current problems. The current problems in people's lives, they look at who's in office and they're like, Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris is going to be more of Joe Biden. Live your life, 64. Thank you for the prime. Sheepus Beepus, thank you for the 4 months. Joe Biden called Trump supporters garbage, and all the worst libs in political media are shitting their pants about it. Joe Biden comes back from the grave. Hey, Jack, I just think a lot of these people are garbage. You don't hear the media collectively up in arms when a congressperson says to turn Gaza into a parking lot. You don't, like, I mean, there was that moment on CNN that Mehdi Hassan was with a panel of people, and that one guy, what's his name, sir? I know one of you will have it faster than me. Ryan, yeah. Ryan Jerdusky. Yeah, something like that. He said to Mehdi, like, hope your beeper doesn't go off. Okay, which is just ripped straight off of Twitter. That was a perfect example of somebody who is super online taking a horrifically racist but specifically online insult and applying it on national television, on an outlet like CNN. And the CNN panelists and CNN host Abby Phillips condemned it, and they were like, this, we apologize to Mehdi, this is wrong, blah, blah, blah. And again, though, that's an example of how this guy, Ryan Jerdusky, who is, he's right-wing. Here's the clip. Okay.
Don't want to be called Nazis. Stop doing.
You're called an
You've been
called an anti-Semite more than anyone else's table.
Yeah.
And people would sit there and no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah. I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
you just say I should die.
You should not.
No,
did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not.
Hope your beeper doesn't go off. Okay. So my point here is this is a perfect example of how the liberal establishment will call out this as, ooh, this is shameful. How terrible. Because Mehdi is, he was fired from MSNBC, but like he's still enough part of the establishment. And also those comments were made to him by somebody who is on the right. And this same behavior, when it's a little bit better disguised, right? It's maybe not somebody who's using a Twitter insult, like hope your beeper doesn't go off. That doesn't have the same effect. That doesn't have the same result. One of the things that stuck out to me is that while the PR statement by CNN said it was racist, the host Abby never does, even in her apology video afterwards. Yeah, good point. They only called out because how Mehdi responded to immediately, otherwise they would have ignored it. Right. And, we saw that clip that went viral of Tony Two-Time, who was just really vile in his interview of Ta-Nehisi Coates, and how he said his book would be found in the backpack of an extremist. And that interview and Tony was thoroughly defended by a lot of liberal media and a lot of liberal politicians. So anyway, and it's the same liberal media who painted Rashida Tlaib as an anti-Semite because they lied, and when they faced a lot of heat for it, they didn't apologize, and it was more so we need to offer little context here, but no apology whatsoever. Interesting point about this. He immediately apologized, looks scared for his media career, gets kicked off, then talks stuff about how, you're talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah.
Say that.
Hold on.
We'll go back to that in a second.
I said I hope
Guys, let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
You said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Hamas.
Guys, let me stop.
Palestinian. Are you?
Am I what? No.
Oh, you are talking about Ryan. Sorry, there's too many shitty people saying shitty things. He immediately apologized, looks scared for his media career, gets kicked off, then talks tough about, it's a joke, once he's back on Twitter. Because Tony also posted a tweet saying, people can't take jokes. It's a lot to keep track of. Yeah, Tony posted a tweet. Tony Hinchcliffe posted a tweet saying that, like, comedy is dead, people can't take jokes, et cetera, et cetera.
Palestinians are not.
Are you a racist, violent person inciting violence against
Ryan, That's disgusting. That is completely.
No, I apologize.
Good job, CNN. Let's have first block say the Muslim guy should be blown.
Right, and it's interesting though because Abby has been a mouthpiece for IDF propaganda. But now you can recognize that that's disgusting. So what is the disconnect here? What is the disconnect here? He didn't even get it right. The pager terror attack wasn't even at Hamas. It was at Hezbollah. So he's completely off base even in his excuse. Yeah. They don't really care about getting the details right, though.
Oh, no, I apologize.
On
TV.
Don't say then I apologize. You literally.
I thought he said Hamas. I apologize.
You didn't think I said Hamas.
Yes,
I
did.
said I supported Palestinian rights.
Yes, I did.
Why? Because when you hear
What's funny is
I'm sorry. I heard Hamas. So sue me. So sue me that I heard Hamas. You're not my ears. You don't know what I heard.
Giuliani said this yesterday, so you're a great guest to be here to defend Rudy Giuliani.
I wasn't going to entertain nonsense today, and so at this point,
this is what we're in now. This is America in 2024.
Here's what I will say.
Forget the racism.
That's right.
It's I should
That's
die.
right.
I didn't say that. You should
said,
die.
what does beeper mean? Don't give me your
I
fake
did not
ignorance.
say you should die.
Why did you say with my beeper?
What did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
Oh my God.
No, you didn't. You said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Ryan, stop talking.
It's just a joke, bro.
I'm so sorry.
It's called ironic racism. Haven't you heard of it? Everyone's doing it on Twitter, where you can say something super racist and be like, I'm being ironic. I'm joking around.
This is why yesterday's rally was disgusting.
Don't call us Nazis, but I'm going to threaten the brown guy as a terrorist and kill him.
Because I didn't ever say Donald Trump was Hitler. But do you know who stood on a stage yesterday and said, I want to come to the Nazi rally? I don't have to make up words and call you something. You're saying it for yourself. And what you just said
Kamala
right
Harris
here,
is a pimp.
apologize.
This is chat adding someone in chat as streamers trying to dress, but on a cable news panel.
I don't accept that apology, and you didn't even say it
That's
to
fine.
me.
I didn't say it
that
to
was
you.
disgusting. But I can be offended when you don't even say it to me. I'm not Puerto Rican, but I was offended by what he said yesterday. And I'm offended that the former president and potentially future president would allow it and go for 12 hours and not say, I don't care. Because you know what? When Kamala Harris put out statements about switching up opinions, it wasn't good enough for Republicans.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you said it.
Why don't you take this back a little?
God. Okay. Anyway. Oh, fuck. I just clicked out of something. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Okay. Back to Johnny Boy. Back to Johnny Boy. Yeah. Y'all, we are in the final week of the election. As I said at the start of stream, there's a lot. There's a lot that is going on. This is when just the temperature keeps rising and we get to a boiling point, and in 1 week we will have our election and we'll see. We will see what happens. And I've not been, for a while now, I've not been looking too closely at election things because I just couldn't do it. And I have felt very depressed around this election. But this next week we'll be taking a bit of a closer look, just so we have an idea of like what's the fuck is going on going into this election. So biggest point to make here is that's a fucking roast. Yeah, that's a fucking roast. Tony Hinchcliffe was the opening act for a Trump rally. So different settings, different expectations, and you can't just use the excuse of, yeah, but he's a roast comedian. Because the other thing is that why is it that then white guys aren't ever one of the roast targets? Tony Hinchcliffe says I'm an equal opportunist and yet gets up on stage at the Trump rally and roasts, which were just making a bunch of racist jokes towards black people, towards Puerto Ricans, towards, all these minority groups. And he's not calling out a big part of Trump's base, which are white dudes. So it's really not actually equal opportunity. The root of the joke about Kevin Hart is he's a small guy. The root of the joke about Puerto Rico is it's a garbage place. Yeah, that's the other thing, okay? Here's the thing about comedy. You don't have to be an expert at comedy to recognize when a joke is simply just racism wrapped up in the form of a joke. When the crux of the joke is simply racism, then it's not a good joke. That is what we call punching down. That is what we call lazy fucking comedy, because you can make jokes about people. You can make jokes. You know, the whole idea is that you should be able to joke about anybody. But if your joke relies exclusively on just being a bigot, right, you're laundering racism through jokes, then you're not doing good comedy. You're not doing good comedy, and you don't get to hide behind it's just a joke. If I'm racist towards a black person, and then I go, yeah, that was a joke though, that doesn't excuse my behavior. And yet a lot of times, because somebody is a comedian, because they have that pre-affixed label, they get away with this stuff because people are like, no, they're a comedian, so it doesn't count. So they're not actually being racist. They're just being a comedian. It doesn't work that way. And you want to know who always called that shit out? You want to know who was a great comedian? One of the best, one of the all-time greats, George Carlin. George Carlin talked all the time about this type of comic who, you know, not specifically talking about Tony Hinchcliffe, but this type of comic who would punch down, who was not actually a smart comedian in the way that they would structure their jokes to, you know, joke about anything and everything. And in fact, it was just, you know, being a bigot, but disguising it as comedy and not even disguising it all that well. Anthony Jeselnik talked about this recently.
Now it's like almost the point is to get in trouble. It's like, why are you giving me shit? I'm a comic. I'm allowed to say whatever I want. That's wrong as far as I'm concerned. Art.
Oh wait, say it again so I don't miss it.
People think like, oh, as a comic, your job is to get in trouble, and so but they don't want to get yelled at. It's like it's okay to make people mad, but they don't want any pushback, and I think that's wrong. As a comedian, you want to make people laugh. This is a quote attributed to Andy Warhol that I love. It's just art is getting away with it. You know, if you put out a special and everyone's pissed, like you didn't get away with it. You know, you need to make everyone laugh that they're like, yeah, he talked about some fucked up stuff, but we're all happy. That's art. Otherwise, you're just a troll. And all these comics now, it's like almost the point is
otherwise you're just a troll. He's making a great point there, in which Tony and comedians like him, they have almost embraced this. They have embraced this idea that comedians are under attack, that comedians and free speech are under attack, and so they are the strongest warriors. They are free speech's strongest soldiers. And it's almost like this perverse enjoyment that they get out of pretending as if they are victims of anti-free speech, you know, woke warriors, et cetera, while delighting in, oh, this is going to make people mad. Like recognizing they're going to make people mad because they're being fucking racist, but in a way that the people who are mad, it's their fault. I'm doing this because these people have gotten so out of control that now I have to double and triple down because otherwise comedy is gone. You can't use the roast excuse because roasts only work for everyone being made fun of. Also has a chance at the microphone. It's nonsense. The entire island of Puerto Rico did not say yes to this. Yeah, no, it's not a roast. This is a rally. This was a rally for a political candidate who in 1 week is either going to be the president or isn't going to be the president. And at the end of Tony Hinchcliffe's opening act, he like drops the roast and goes, vote, we're going to vote for Donald Trump. We're going to make America great again. He is imploring people to vote for Donald Trump. And that is why he went and was one of the speakers / performers at the Trump rally. That was his prerogative. This was not getting up on stage simply to tell jokes like he does at one of the Comedy Central roasts. No, the point of it was not to make people laugh. The point of it was to advocate voting for Donald Trump. Advocate for Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. The watermelon joke he opens with, it's fucking lazy, man. Ooh, black person, watermelon, ha ha. It's not good. It's really, I mean, come on, man. Even people out there who you might not agree with everything I'm saying. Can you at least admit that they're not good jokes, that they're not clever, they're not unique? It's fucking lazy. It's playground racism. It's shit that, like, we've heard a million times. It's hack. Yes. It's just stereotypes. Oh, black people and watermelon. Puerto Rico, you mean the floating pile of garbage? It's the type of shit that, like, some weirdo on Twitter with 5 followers and a photo of Donald Trump punching the air after his ear got shot would say. Like, come on. Tangerine Dreams, thank you for the tier 1. John Rain, thank you for the 17 months. Cocave, thank you for the bits. Thank you for bringing this up. This shit was so offensive as a Latino. If it was a Kill Tony show, sure, whatever, but he's in front of a Trump podium. Yeah. It is a completely different setting. And so, no, Jon Stewart, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you that the guy's just doing what he does. And then you play a clip of him at the Comedy Central roast of Tom Brady and being like, he's funny. Dude, John, this is not as a comedian, I have to defend comedians. This was not a roast. It was not a roast. And also, you might think that his jokes at the Tom Brady roast were funny. They were not good jokes at all. They weren't jokes. They weren't jokes at the Donald Trump rally.
Wrong with me. Bringing him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said in the beginning of this is not going to be me being like, Jon Stewart needs to go down. All right. I've disagreed with Stewart before. I still overall love Jon Stewart. He's, still one of my favorite libs. I think Jon is a guy who back in the day especially was one of the most important voices, was ahead of his time, was a real lifesaver for a lot of people. He was a light in the dark. And everyone has L's. Yeah, we all take L's. I think this is a Jon Stewart L. I don't think this warrants like a million think pieces. I don't think this warrants nonstop media coverage, because here's one thing that I want to say, and I don't think Jon really made this point well, but I think Jon shows the compilation of all of the crazy racist shit that was said at the rally before he gets to Tony Hinchcliffe. But what dominated in the media was what Tony Hinchcliffe said. And I think the point being that these other comments being made by people people like Tucker Carlson, who's in media, people like Rudy Giuliani, former mayor, part of Trump's campaign, the thing that Stephen Miller, worked for Donald Trump, has been working on the fascist handbook so that his Nosferatu ass can finally implement the full fascist takeover when Donald Trump is president again. And so I think the point there being the media focused so much on Tony and kind of seemed to like pick him out of the lot as these were the worst things that were said, which, I mean, there was so much crazy shit said that actually, no, wasn't the worst things that was said at the Nazi rally. Okay, if they hear the bits, this because he has to defend comedy, it's bad. It's just, I think it's, yeah. I do not think this is John's best. I don't think this is his best take. I think this is an L. I think even, even our faves, I take L's. I've taken L's. John's taken L's. And anyway, we can either finish this or move on, but I just there's a lot of people are outraged. Okay, a lot of people are outraged, but I've noticed that with liberals, their outrage is very specific. And their outrage revolves always around Donald Trump. They will not hold outrage, of course, for the Democrats, and they will not hold outrage for anything the Democrats are doing. Their outrage is related to Donald Trump. So if somebody like Jon Stewart, who is more on their side than much, much more on their side than on Donald Trump's, if Jon Stewart does anything that is not condemning enough of Donald Trump, or to liberals is to both sides. So when he covered Israel and Palestine, and he was, he had smoke for Joe Biden. He had smoke for Joe Biden like he has smoke for Donald Trump. It pissed a lot of liberals off. When he was talking about Biden and Trump's ages, pissed a lot of liberals off. And now here, which, yeah, I don't think that this was John's best take. I think he could have either left it out or just made points like we were making here when covering this part of the rally. But I also am like, I'm not somebody who my outrage is going to be spent. Like you only have so much outrage. And am I going to throw all that outrage at Jon Stewart? No. This looks like this looks like in the montage of a movie when there's a dead wife. She's rolling around the sheets, smiling, like taking a picture. It's the dead wife trope. Keep in mind that the Republican Party, which is Donald Trump's party, and is Donald Trump's party until Donald Trump is fucking out of here. But even still, the remnants of Donald Trump have seeped so deep. Donald Trump's, his seed has been so deeply ingrained in the Republican Party that it doesn't matter if Donald Trump is gone, right? Where the Republican Party is at, the embrace of fascism is not going away. So, anywho, keep in mind that this is who Kamala has said that she wants to compromise with. The Republican Party that she wants to include and have a bipartisan council, that we're going to reach across the aisle and she's going to have a Republican in her cabinet. So, yeah, the outrage the outrage just seems a little fake, a little dumb, the outrage from the liberal establishment when the liberal candidate has focused so much on doing the thing that Democrats love to do, which is, yeah, we're going to compromise with these guys. We're going to work together. I'm going to be the president who makes sure that I have that I have members of this party who are on my council. So anyway, don't actually want this when it happens. See reaction to Muslim. Yeah, same with the child separation policy. Same with the raids, the ICE raids that separated families, that, you know, a lot of parents were taken away from their children, and these were deeply unpopular. And it's why, like, when I've had smoke for the Democrats, specifically on immigration, it's because of this, because they have left opportunity after opportunity on the table to actually effectively go after Donald Trump. And instead, what they've done is lurch to the right on immigration. And they look at voters and think, yeah, see, we're justified in doing it because the country has gone to the right on immigration, rather than looking at it as we have failed to stand up for immigrants like we have in the past. We have failed to meet Donald Trump and show this country why Donald Trump's policies were so cruel. Like, remind people of his cruel policies, which people recognized at the time were unbelievably cruel. And they just have, they've embraced the policies instead. They've embraced the policies and tried to present themselves as, we're actually the tough on the border, you know, we're the border police here. We're the ones that you should vote for because we're actually going to do what Donald Trump couldn't do. We're laughing because Donald Trump said he's going to build the wall and then he didn't, blah, blah, blah. What? That's where we're at now? So, yeah, it's bad politics, aside from just being morally bankrupt, but it's bad politics. Same with Israel and Palestine. It's bad politics to ignore how the majority of voters feel on the issue, you know? And not everybody is like ceasefire and free Palestine, but most voters are ceasefire. They are wanting a ceasefire, and a lot of voters want some kind of arms embargo. They want some kind of limitation placed on Israel. They do not want Israel having full reign with American tax dollars. But I think this applies to everything, you know, everything. Apathy is the enemy of progress. And we can't be apathetic. We cannot be apathetic because we have to take care of one another. And there are a lot of people who are suffering. Jon Stewart is absolutely not 6 foot tall. That is a lie. That is an internet lie. But anyway, do not be apathetic. You can be frustrated. You can feel depressed that this is the state of our political system. You can feel angry. You can be sad. You can feel all these things. You can't be apathetic. And whatever you do in this election, if you've already voted, if you're voting third party, if you're just swallowing and voting for Kamala, whatever you are doing, whatever you're doing, your vote is your vote. That is your decision. I'm not vote shaming anybody in here, but we cannot be apathetic, and we cannot be doomer pilled, because it's really easy to be that, and it's hard to not be that. It's hard to when you're there, when you get there, it's really hard to pull out of it. And so you never want to let yourself fall down that black hole, because it's really hard to climb out of. And so what I would suggest is, when you feel that burnout, when you feel that creeping apathy, when you feel that doomerism, all around you, you have to take a break, or you got to change something up. You got to change something up. All right. Anywho. Also, Jessica Williams is 6 feet tall. She's a tall lass. She's a tall gal. One thing I love about Google, though, is how often it lies about celebrities' heights. And for the record, there's nothing wrong with 5'7". Let's just put that on the record. There's nothing wrong with being shorter. It's always funny, though, when Google says something that is significantly off from what the reality is. How tall is Will? 5'11" if he is doing good posture. When he's got his, like, monkey man, caveman hunch, he definitely seems shorter. All right, what did I want to watch next? Oh, yeah.
In 2020...
Let's watch this brief video. Because, as I said, we're going into the election, and I will be doing more electoral politics stuff as we creep towards Tuesday. And I want to make sure that people who are not political, brain broken chatters, which is a lot of people in here, just have more of an understanding of what's going on. So I think this is a short video that explains what states are important in this race, what states have been important because they are swing states, and why everybody is talking about them.
Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by a seemingly huge margin, 306 electoral college votes to 232. But let me show you how shaky that lead really was. 16 of those votes in Georgia that went to Biden, look how that race went.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gifted. Schwinn, thank you for the 2 months.
To 2.46 million. That's a difference of just 11,779 votes. Meaning, if half that number, 5,890 people
will you be having poll expert Austin Show on? Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to structure election night. I don't want to do it by myself. Like, I definitely want to have, people on the horn, people on a call, and poll expert, not just not just election polls, but also stripper polls. He's an expert of all polls.
Switched from Biden to Trump, all 16 of those electoral college votes would have gone to Trump as well. And this gets crazier. Arizona was similar, razor-thin margins. Biden won by 10,457 votes. So, if 5,229 of those people decided to change their mind, Trump would have taken all of Arizona's 11 electoral college votes. Finally, look at Wisconsin. Biden won by almost 21,000 votes. If 10,342 Biden supporters changed their votes to Trump, Wisconsin's 10 electoral college votes.
Okay, let me remind everyone, I am aware that Hassan is the politics guy on Twitch. I am full aware that election night is going to be a big stream for Hassan Piker. That's fine. I have never operated my stream. Around Hassan's. I get it. Politics is the election is his Super Bowl, okay? He, as the politics guy, a lot of people are going to be tuning in. That's fine. I don't care. Whatever you decide to do, I am me. I have my own stream. And from the beginning, from when I started streaming, I went, I am my own person and I'm going to do my stream how I'm going to do my stream. And sometimes I talk about politics. Sometimes I do pop culture. Sometimes I do film. The election's coming up. I will be covering that. And I'm not going to structure it around what Hassan is doing. So let's just remember that, okay? All right. And whatever you want to do, you go do it. You go do it. Are you like your own person? Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes depends who you're asking. Yeah, it depends who you're asking. What do the blue and red mean? Those are primary colors, and if you mix them together, you get purple.
Would have gone to Trump as well. So what's the point of this mental math? Well, if those roughly 20,000 people across 3 states changed their votes, handing Trump those 37 electoral college votes.
Caroline, I mean this because I don't know. Should we be worried, like, genuinely about this election? Well, I'm assuming you're saying this from a should we be worried that Donald Trump is going to win? And my response to you is there's a good chance that Donald Trump will win. This is not an election that either candidate is going to run away with. And I'm not someone who's going to sit here and tell you exactly what I think is going to happen, because a lot of this is guesswork. And unfortunately, it comes down to these swing states, and it comes down to truly what amounts to a handful of votes. And so it's math, right? It's math. There's different ways that Kamala can win, and there's different ways that Trump can win. But there's also, if they don't have this equation, it's not happening. So if they, if Donald Trump doesn't win, if he doesn't get Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, whatever, etc., then he has to win these 4 states type of thing. So right now, Trump or Kamala could win this election on Tuesday. And everything that you read, and if you look at any polls, if you look at any data, if you listen to people whose job it is to just talk electoral politics all day long, it's trying to analyze this stuff while also recognizing that it's not concrete, and that polls famously have been very wrong. There are just a lot of factors that are always up in the air. you go into the final days of the election, and a lot of polls get even less trustworthy, less accurate for many reasons. One, people don't want to say who they're voting for. They'll lie. There are a lot of voters who are, I don't know, just wanting to throw a wrench into things. They are not getting an accurate demographic for the poll, whatever. And this video will explain it more, but like it'll break down swing states and why campaigns spend so much money in a handful of states. And it's because elections nowadays, presidential elections, come down to a handful of votes. Do you think the turnout will be higher? Well, what we're seeing right now is that early voting is higher than it was in 2020, and that is in part because Trump, even though he's talking about the election being stolen and how mail-in voting and early voting is the Democrats doing illegal shit, he also has been trying to encourage people to early vote and to do mail-in voting. So the early vote turnout has been higher so far, but as far as this election having a higher turnout than 2020, I think it's I would just say I don't think that that's going to happen, because 2020 was also an enormously huge election because we had just had 4 years of Donald Trump. We were in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah, it was pretty historic circumstances. And I do not see this election being greater than 2020. Anywho, I hope that answered your question, but yeah, it's if you're Team Trump or if you're Team Kamala, you are not resting easy. You are not resting easy.
Suddenly, we end up in the absurd and almost unprecedented outcome of a perfect tie. 269 to 269. What happens in a tie? The House of Representatives decides who wins. And it gets a little complicated, but one possible outcome of that vote is that Donald Trump becomes president for a second term. All thanks
That's why I'm Team God.
21,461 voters in a country of more than 330 million people. That, my friends, is swing state math. And it's why Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have spent so much
Will Kamala run again in 2028 if she loses? I would say no.
time in the 7 battleground states.
Hello, Pennsylvania.
Or at least the Democratic Party won't be backing her.
I thank you, North Carolina. We're going to get this done.
That could determine the outcome of the election this November. So let's get really specific about how pollsters predict which states will be key battlegrounds. Here's a map of the U.S. Most of these states have
Kamala's
clear
never won a
enough
primary.
voting patterns that it would be a surprise if they stepped wildly out of line. Like with California. The joke is that Democrats could run a cardboard cutout there and still probably win. In all, they likely start with 226 electoral college votes in the bag. That's not far off from the 270 needed to win. But on the other side, a huge swath of the country, this Republican belt,
thank you
is
for the 4
solidly
months.
red. That gives Republicans 219 electoral college votes that they can count on, which leaves these 7 states, where the margins between victory and defeat are so thin. In 2020, less than 3 percentage points separated the winner from the loser in each case. And each outcome was a major show-stopping headline.
Joe Biden, your projected winner in the state of Arizona.
The Associated Press has just called Wisconsin for Joe Biden.
Joe Biden has won Michigan and gets the 16 electoral votes.
And here's where each side can get really strategic, because you don't need to win all 7 or even the majority of swing states in order to win the election. Either side can win with as few as 3 of these swing states. In Trump's case, there's only one way to do this. If he wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, the 3 biggest, most valuable swing states. If he doesn't win exactly those 3 states, he'll need at least 4 of the swing states.
So on election night, you're going to see all the election guys like Steve Kornacki. They'll be constantly doing this math. They'll be looking at the map. They'll be looking at specific counties. They'll be talking about early vote and what it seems is going to happen based on certain things, but then as more votes come in, and they'll be constantly like moving things around on the board to focus on these states as the path for both candidates is moving around like this. Yeah. So just to give you an idea of how how election night will go.
States to snatch back the presidency, or else he'll need to generate another surprise elsewhere on the map. Meanwhile, there are several combinations of 3-state victories that give Harris the win. But that's just a mathematical look at the swing state paths to victory. Here are the most plausible paths for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
The most straightforward way for her to get elected
while he was campaigning.
Scranton's not my home because of the memories it gave me. It's because
What? I didn't know Joe Biden was a young boy growing up in Scranton. I've never heard him say that before.
of the values it instilled in
Because of the values
But
of
Harris doesn't have that same edge.
father
and
taught me.
Polling suggests
From
she's
Scranton,
weak
Jack.
with working class men. Striking the right balance, winning over voters in big cities and rural areas alike will be key in the Keystone State.
It's an unusual state because it's so large that it has very distinct regions with very distinct political cultures.
It's a state that shows a little bit of everything in the United States and reflects a lot of the sharp divisions that we have.
In Wisconsin, once upon a time, this was shaping up to be a battle for three. And it still might be. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had fought to get his name on the ballot in this state, and he succeeded. Problem is, he's since thrown his support behind Donald Trump. And this is one state where he now can't seem to get his name off the ballot, which could be confusing for voters. Michigan and North Carolina, he has managed to pull out. But speaking of North Carolina, it's the only swing state this time around that Trump actually won in 2020. So it's a key hold.
North Carolina is the one that gets away from Democrats every 4 years.
But the margin of victory last time around was only about 1 percentage
North Carolina.
And
North Carolina has not voted for a Democrat since Barack Obama in 2008. And Kamala's campaign has been heavily targeting the black population in North Carolina. And that is because black voters were key in that state in delivering the victory to Obama in 2008. And as we know, in 2016, it wasn't that Trump got, significantly more votes than Mitt Romney did in 2012, but it's that Hillary underperformed, and she underperformed with the coalition of voters that had delivered the victory to Barack Obama. So they've been going hard in North Carolina. Even though Trump won, he won both in 2016 and 2020, and it's why Barack Obama's getting out there and being like, black men, you just hate women. If you don't vote for Kamala Harris, it's because you hate women, and this will be all your fault if she loses.
Democrats do hope that this will be the Georgia of 2024, meaning a state that has a decades-long, almost uninterrupted Republican history, but that could be a dramatic and consequential flip if other swing states go Trump's way.
If we win the state of Nevada, it's over for them.
Nevada had a sluggish post-COVID recovery and has among the worst unemployment rates in the country. Michigan has the country's largest proportion of Arab Americans, a demographic whose support of Biden took a hit as the U.S. stood steadfastly by its ally, Israel, during the ongoing war in Gaza. In Georgia, black voters make up roughly a third of the state's population, easily.
Yeah, also going back to North Carolina, that's why Trump tried to separate himself from Mark Robinson when all the crazy shit on Mark Robinson came out. Trump did I don't really know her, because that's in North Carolina.
The biggest black voting bloc in any of the 7 battleground states.
Black voters are among the most loyally Democratic voters in American politics. And a lot of the growth of the city of Atlanta has been amongst black voters.
And Arizona, the Grand Canyon state. Trump has a big advantage here.
Arizona is a border state, which means it feels the effects of immigration firsthand.
Trump has repeatedly attacked Harris over the country's illegal immigration crisis, and he's vowed to carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. All of this adds up to a very eclectic range of.
And in 2016, he won Arizona by 4 percentage points, but lost in 2020 to Biden by 0.5 percentage point. So this right now, Harris and Biden, Harris and Trump are essentially tied in Arizona. But all of the battleground states are very, very close. So just so you know, a good rule of thumb to safely, or at least sort of safely, determine if a candidate is actually leading and if there's a high likelihood that they'll win the state, is if the margin of error, if they have double that. So if the margin of error is 4 and Kamala is leading by 8 percentage points, then that's double. And that's when it will be called a lead. But all of these battleground states are super duper duper close. And whether it's Trump up, Kamala up, it keeps flipping back and forth because of how close it is, but they're within the margin of error. So even if, in Georgia, Kamala's at 51% and Trump is at 49%, it's within the margin of error. And so that means that Trump can absolutely still win the state. So it's why when I talk about polls and when I'm like, stop wasting your time, I'm not saying that people in here do this, but if you do, because I used to consume politics this way, where I was just like, gotta see the polls, gotta nonstop talk about the latest poll that just came out. So much of polls is guesswork, it is hypotheticals, it's estimates, and it's just sometimes plain wrong. And with elections being how they are now, this shit is just super close. It really is a toss-up.
Issues that each presidential hopeful will try to master over the next 2 months.
Crockett, thank you for the 10 months.
Is that they don't need to figure it all out. They just need the right handful of voters in the right states at the right time.
Yep, they just need the right handful of voters in the right states at the right times. Okay, I wanted to talk about Borat.
If you watch,
which I did not get to talking about on a couple days ago. All right. Oh, I also have Marc Maron's comments here that I wanna go over. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So the reason that we are revisiting Borat is because Borat is back, and Borat was on my favorite late night host, Jimmy Fallon. He's just the best. He was on his show, and I think it's time to have the conversation that should have been had in, 2006? Is that when Borat came out? But it's time to have this conversation, especially given what Sacha Baron Cohen has said over the last year, in particular about Palestinians and just how much his Islamophobia shines through. And he has repeatedly been very racist and a nasty piece of work. So we're going to talk about Borat. I'm sorry, Jimmy Fallon. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Borat.
That is how you do it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do it.
You know the thing about Jimmy Fallon? Not that this is an excuse for him, but I think that he doesn't actually have fun doing his show. I think he does it because the money, the fame, the relevancy, but I just get the sense from him a lot of times when I watch these segments that he's just like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Well, thank you everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't this so great? He just doesn't really seem, I don't know. He's never really seemed that, like he's dead inside. Yeah, he seems dead inside. Like he's phoning it in. Anyway, okay, so yeah, this is just ugh. It's very ugh, and we say this a lot, but it bears repeating. Can you imagine right now if a Muslim person went on, this would never happen, but if they went on Jimmy Fallon and did a racist caricature of a Jewish person and said all these, said all these very awful things in relation to in relation to the election, like Kamala Harris, you know, don't come to my country because insert stereotype, insert stereotype, insert stereotype. No, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And it would be racist, right? That's the thing. Every time something like this happens, you go, imagine if it's the other way around, and it would be racist. It wouldn't be funny. And yet it's not allowed to happen in the first place. It shouldn't happen, but it would not happen in the first place. So anyway, let's talk about Borat. So when Borat came out, and I believe it was 2006, and let's just remember what the vibes were like in 2006. We had invaded Iraq and Afghanistan. 9/11 had happened 5 years previously. There was a lot of Islamophobia, just like there is today. And there were a lot of people who defended Borat's racist caricature as someone from Kazakhstan. They defended it by saying what he's doing is satire. And by doing this racist, sexist character, he's actually exposing the bigotry in America. And so it kind of, Borat is just one example of this. But the issue is, when is satire really satire? And when does satire rely so heavily on bigotry that it's not really satire anymore? And it's kind of just low-hanging fruit racism for laughs. And when Borat came out, the people of Kazakhstan were very, very upset because of what a racist and sexist caricature Borat was, and how a lot of Americans who watch Borat, they don't know anything about Kazakhstan. They don't know anything except for what they saw in Borat. And it really, really upset a lot of people in Kazakhstan. They signed like petitions to... I'm okay. It's on the charger, babe. Don't yell at me. I'm not. Okay. Anyway, it upset a lot of people. They signed petitions, they condemned the film, and they also received, like, Kazakhs in the West, there were consequences from this film because it had the effect of viewers who didn't know anything about Kazakhstan, didn't know anything about Kazakhs, thought that they were racist and sexist animals. And so there was blowback there. There was absolutely blowback there. And here's the thing. I'll pose it this way. If in order for me to expose a racist person as racist, right? Like this person who is so clearly racist, I'm going to reveal how racist they are, even though it's pretty obvious, right? Like if I go to a MAGA rally, not going to be that difficult to expose racists in the crowd. Not a challenge. And so if in order to do that, I am racist myself, I rely on like real over-the-top bigotry, am I really working to help the people who are the targets of said racism when I'm being racist to reveal racism? You know? Like if I'm saying the N-word because I'm trying to get some guy to be like, yeah, I think that's awesome. And I say the N-word too. Have I successfully accomplished my task? Would be like, see, that guy's racist. So it's okay that I've been acting racist, because really what I'm doing is satire. And also I'm exposing this person's racism. Guapoco, thank you for the 100 bits. And I think what Borat, I think if you watched Borat a long time ago and you have to go, you might want to go back and rewatch Borat, but it's not all punching up, which is what defenders of Borat will still say. They'll be like, no. Borat's not a real person, but the people he interacted with were real people. And by having those people reveal their racism and sexism by interacting with him, then the joke is actually on those racists and sexists. And so, therefore, Borat is not actually offensive, and it's only punching up. But let's not forget that Borat never even showed the real Kazakhstan in the first place. What he did was he tricked a bunch of villagers in Romania. He went to a village in Romania, tricked a bunch of villagers, and so it wasn't just Kazakhstan that was painted in this horrible, horrible way. It was also this Romanian village and the people who lived in this village who were fooled. And that was where he filmed Borat. He didn't even film Borat in Kazakhstan. And so you go back and rewatch the film, and you can see that this actually caused more harm than good for an underrepresented people in an underrepresented country that he didn't even show in the first place, because the whole bit was, I'm going to trick villagers in a totally separate country. I'm going to pay them. I'm going to have them say things or act a certain way, and I'm going to pretend that that's Kazakhstan for an audience of mostly mostly people in the West who don't know anything about Kazakhstan. So this is what they're going to think Kazakhstan actually is. Here's a little video. Here's a little video that goes back through Borat, and then also I think this video mentions Bruno. And in Bruno, remember, he was chased by a homophobic Israeli mob. And yet he chose not to include that. He chose not to include that in the movie. Sacha Baron Cohen is all about Israel. He ascribes to Zionism. And so there's a reason why the group, the group that chased him in Bruno, that tried to kill him because his character is so flamboyant, that group was a group of racist, homophobic Israelis. And he chose not to include that in the movie because he didn't want to show Israelis in a bad light. So this wasn't, again, this was a missed opportunity of, you want to expose people's racism and sexism? Well, here's an instance where a literal mob chased you. And in the clip, he's yelling like, no, I'm one of you. I'm one of you. I'm like, this is just a character, because he was so scared. And then he had to hide from the mob.
Comedian Sacha Baron Cohen's Borat films, you might think Kazakhstan looks like this, when in reality, it actually looks like this. Yes, the Borat films might be tongue-in-cheek and satirical, but a lot of people are now asking, are they racist? Sacha Baron Cohen's sequel to his 2006 film Borat has been released to rave reviews. Cohen has brought back one of his most successful characters to investigate attitudes in the US around conspiracy theories, racism, and the coronavirus. The Borat character himself has always been ethnically and culturally vague. He looks somewhere between Middle Eastern and Eastern European, speaks with a mashup of foreign accents, and is completely ignorant of the most basic Western cultural norms.
Wow, you are very strong. Oh, very nice.
And remember, too, that a lot of people watching Borat, it had a wide audience, okay? These were not all 40-year-old liberal film critics who understand like what he's trying to do, who understand that he is satirizing Americans' ignorance of other cultures by making a film where the point of it is to show what Americans think about countries like Kazakhstan. But that was not the audience for Borat. Borat had like when I was in junior high, I watched Borat. Everybody in junior high, everyone in junior high, high school, this was like the movie because everyone was quoting so many of the lines from Borat, which include my wife. Like that was where my wife comes from. So do you really think that 14-year-olds would watch something like Borat and go, yes, clearly this is satire, where the character of Borat is a racist caricature of what Americans think people in Muslim countries like Kazakhstan are like. And he did not film in actual Kazakhstan because all of this is fictionalized, but yet I understand that really I'm the one who the joke is on, me, an American who has very backwards racist ideas of anybody who lives in that part of the world. And so by watching this movie, I have realized that the joke is on me because this is what I thought that Kazakhstan and Kazakhs were like, and that is in fact not the truth. No. You're so miserable. Okay. For the love of God, please just do the correct you're. It is you are. You are. You cannot say you're so miserable to me if you're not going to do the correct you're. So yeah, I am miserable. I am so miserable. And I'm even more miserable because you cannot use the correct you're. Please. I'd also love to know, how am I miserable? How am I miserable? What is it? What is it about me? That I can't just have fun? I can't just laugh at a movie that came at the expense of an underrepresented group of people who have suffered because of the way that they were fictionally depicted in said film? What is it about me? What is it about me that makes me so miserable? Anyway, continuing on. So, as I was saying, very clearly, the audience of Borat when it first came out was not, 40-year-old liberal critics who would understand high-risk jokes in a way that 13-year-olds wouldn't.
You have a nice physique.
To his fans, Cohen is a genius who uses this ridiculous character to expose the racism and ignorance of Americans who believe he's a real person. And that mostly works. But there's just one problem. Borat claims to be from Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is a real place, with real people and a real culture. As a small former Soviet bloc country, little is known about Kazakhstan in the popular Western imagination. So when blockbuster films like Borat and its sequel are released, it's actually these crude jokes and stereotypes that come to be associated with the country.
Kazakhstan now is a similar place to Australia. Women are permitted to travel on the inside of bus, and the age of consent have been raised to 11 years old.
In the Borat films, Kazakhstan is presented as a culturally backward society where rape, pedophilia, and incest are normal, where women are treated like animals, and where anti-Semitism is fundamental to the culture.
Yeah, and I would just like to side note real quick. Oh, yeah. Once you've been to Kazakhstan, you'll never stop wanting to beat Sacha Baron Cohen to death with your bare hands. Anthony Bourdain. I miss Anthony Bourdain so much. I would just like to point something out here because this is so often lost or just not even talked about. There's no, historical monuments or recognition of the role that Muslims and Arabs played in fighting alongside the Allies in World War II. So Borat's character is super, he's anti-Semitic, just as the rest of Kazakhstan is. There's a lot of Holocaust shit where, Holocaust jokes or denial or anything in that world. And so a lot of people take away from this, Muslim country, majority Muslim country. Of course they're anti-Semitic. I don't know anything about this country except that they are a Muslim country. And yeah, why wouldn't they be anti-Semitic? And just as a reminder, there are a lot of Kazakhs who fought alongside the Allies in World War II, just as there were many Palestinian volunteers too, who fought alongside the Allies in World War II, and many who died were taken as POWs, were never heard from ever again. And it's just, when re-examining Borat today, with everything going on in the Middle East, and seeing how this is all related to Westerners' ideas of the Middle East, of how people in the Middle East are savages, they are backwards, they will kill you if you're a blonde white woman, they will rape you because they love to rape, they hate Jews because they are Muslims, and Muslims are raised to hate Jews and Christians and anyone from any other religion. So there are these prevailing stereotypes, very dangerous stereotypes of all people who live in the Middle East. And so you go back to a movie like Borat in 2006 that came during a time where we were heavily involved in wars in the Middle East. This was 5 years after 9/11. You had things like the Patriot Act, a lot of surveillance going on in the United States. We were just a lot of, if you were brown and you lived in America, life was not good because of the impressions that anybody brown was a terrorist, was a dangerous person, even if you lived in the United States, even if you weren't living over in the Middle East. And this is still prevalent today. So to have a movie like this and then bringing back this character in 2024 to make a joke on Jimmy Fallon's show saying Kamala Harris, hope you don't go to my country because these terrible things will happen to you, and you're married to a Jew, so that's going to be bad for you. You re-examine it, not only knowing who Sacha Baron Cohen is, and not only you know, and having a better understanding of how Islamophobia has just been so baked into this country for decades, I think you will see it in a different light. I think if you go back and rewatch Borat and have that understanding of what the climate was like in this country, what it is like now, how so many people's only understanding of Muslim countries, so many people in the West, only understanding of Muslim countries is that they are, you know, they're filled with terrorists. They are raised to hate America. They are sexist. They are, you know, they're just dangerous, awful places to be.
In fact,
I thought Borat was shot in a village in Romania. Yes, it was.
Fictional home village was created
part right
by
here.
tricking a small, impoverished community in Romania into being filmed for little to no money, for which they later tried to sue him.
Please say hello to Borat.
Is satire still successful if you can only expose...
Yeah, so the villagers claim that they were told that it was going to be a documentary, not that it was like a narrative comedy fictional film. He also paid certain community members to play roles. Like, there were certain community members who were paid around €3, which is really nothing, for Sacha Baron Cohen to label them as like the town rapists or the town abortionists. He would put cows in their homes. Like, he did all this shit. With the purpose of revealing Americans' racist tendencies, because that's how they view Kazakhs. You know, like, doesn't make any sense when you kind of take it apart that way. Like, why do all that? Why do all that unless you have an intention to show a people and a country in a totally different light because you're not even filming there. And instead, you're hurting two separate groups. You're hurting these villagers because you're misleading them. You're tricking them. The movie comes out and they're like, what the fuck? We were taken advantage of. We were told this is a documentary. We were lied to. And then Kazakhs, people from Kazakhstan are like, whoa, nobody knows who we are. And so this is all that they'll know about us?
One group's prejudice by subjecting others to racist ridicule. Cohen's defenders say that this is clearly satire and that the jokes are so outrageous that no educated person could truly believe them to be true. But the tropes in Borat already play on the racist stereotypes and biases many viewers already have about a Muslim country, particularly with regard to the...
Like, we just had Rudy Giuliani, who I know Rudy Giuliani is a fucking insane person, but there's a lot of people in this country who think like Rudy Giuliani. There's a lot of people in the West who think like Rudy Giuliani when it comes to Muslim people. And he just got up on stage and said Palestinians are trained to want to kill Americans from age 2. Like, yeah, the Borat's jokes were so outrageous and exaggerated, but let's not act as if Westerners' views on Arabs, Muslims, the entirety of the Middle East have not been ass backwards. Wasn't that Tucker's defense one time that no smart person would believe him? I can't confirm that, but that is... Borat is not the only person. Sacha Baron Cohen is not the only person to have taken this. I don't know. To have taken this stance of smart people will understand what I'm doing here. When you're not realizing or you're ignoring the fact that the audience is a lot broader and most people won't understand what you're trying to do here in the way that you're saying you're trying to do it.
Treatment of women and anti-Semitism.
Oh, Tucker used that as I see. He used that as a defense in court where he was like, yeah, I lied about the election being stolen. I lied about the polling machines. I didn't lie though. It's just that smart people would know that I was exaggerating, that I was playing a part.
Kazakh plague questionnaire. In the last week, have you been in the presence for more than 15 minutes of any Jews?
Yes.
And in the absence of any real knowledge about the country, these are the ideas that stick in an audience's mind.
When will the journalist come to interview me?
This is me.
You are a journalist?
Angela from Channel 10, journalist like you.
Ah, but you are a woman.
Yes, they allow that here. They don't allow that in Kazakhstan.
We say to let a woman be a journalist is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
So how are women actually treated in Kazakhstan? International Women's Day is an official state holiday in Kazakhstan. And in 2016, Save the Children ranked Kazakhstan 30th out of 144 countries, placing it ahead of countries such as the US and Japan. Kazakhstan's first female presidential candidate, Dania Yespayeva, ran in the country's 2019 presidential election. Women represent over 20% of local representative bodies and almost half of all officials in the judiciary sector. Another ongoing joke in the Borat movies is about horrific anti-Semitism in Kazakhstan. The reality, however, is different. Kazakhstan actually served as a haven for Jews during the Holocaust, with thousands fleeing the Soviet Union to settle there in the early 1940s. Kazakhstan actually has a thriving Jewish community with around 20 official representative organizations, as well as their own day schools.
Really, Kazakhstan is something special. I believe that Kazakhstan is a model. A model supposed to be copied in different countries also. Kazakhstan really believes in peace.
A famous synagogue in Kazakhstan is named after Rabbi Levi Yitzchak.
The other thing I want to say is, at this point now, Borat is a character that Sacha Baron Cohen does that relies on just being super racist and sexist, but he is a Muslim man, and it is a caricature. It is a racist caricature of a Muslim man that plays to an audience that already harbors deep Islamophobia. Like, I wouldn't think a character that is a racist caricature of a Jewish person is a good character. I wouldn't be like, yeah, haha, it's funny, because what it is revealing that, this is how anti-Semites think. No, it would just be a racist character. Like, does that make sense? Like, it's racism whether he's acting or yeah. And in this political climate too, to bring back Borat, and by somebody who is Islamophobic. He is Islamophobic. Sacha Baron Cohen is Islamophobic. So, sorry, buddy, but that Borat character is especially not working because we know that you are an Islamophobe. So you cannot do this character that is a racist caricature of a Muslim man and get away with it. When the person doing the character harbors similar sentiments to what the racist character, when the person who's doing the character harbors the sentiments that they claim this racist caricature they're doing is supposed to identify, is supposed to show in other people, it doesn't work. Your point is it's no longer satire. It's no longer satire, but the question being, was this really satire to begin with? Or is this just similar to the conversation we had where Tony Hinchcliffe goes, I'm a roast comedian. These are jokes. It's like, okay, but if your joke relies on the premise being racism, is this really comedy? Like, is this really a joke? I guess you could say it's a joke, but is it a good joke or is it just racist? Is it just a racist joke?
Schneerson, who was exiled there from Ukraine, where he was a chief rabbi. Jews from all over the world traveled to Kazakhstan to pray at his grave. It's ironic that, as an outspoken critic of anti-Semitism, Sacha Baron Cohen is willing to casually demonize the history of a country that has actually protected and celebrated its Jewish community. In fact, Cohen recently gave a passionate speech criticizing Facebook and other social media platforms for not controlling dangerous misinformation. But is he doing the same?
Yeah. Since Sacha Baron Cohen is making the headlines again, I'd like to remind you of the time he lied to a Palestinian Christian from Bethlehem named Ayman Abu Aita. In the film Bruno, Sacha falsely labeled Ayman, a mere shopkeeper, as a member of Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. Yeah, we've talked about this before on stream. And deliberately mistranslated what Ayman was saying in Arabic to make him look threatening. Sacha had even chosen the location of the interview and invited Ayman himself, which was in a part of the West Bank under Israeli control. Sacha had also led Ayman to think he was being interviewed for his peace activism. Ayman sued both Sacha and David Letterman for $110 million in damages for libel. The case was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. Sacha's been a racist piece of shit for a long time. Yeah, so you have to consider the politics and the beliefs of the person who is doing the joke, the person who is doing the satire. Because Sacha Baron Cohen, as I said, has absolutely had his own beliefs shape the way that shape what he would show in his films. So this was political. Like there was a political reason why Sacha Baron Cohen, who is a Zionist and has said, a lot of terrible things about Palestinians, wanted to depict this Palestinian man who thought Sacha was interviewing him about his peace activism, wanted to depict him as a terrorist. And you want to know what that shows too? Sacha Baron Cohen is well aware of who his audience is. He knows for a fact that he can show this guy as a terrorist and people will believe it because they are primed to believe it. He can do that. It's insidious. It's super duper insidious. It's like, look, y'all, if I go to a Trump rally, I know who my audience is. I know that I can say racist fucking shit about immigrants. I can call them illegals. I can do all that. I can like set up a whole thing. Like if I were to do this with somebody who is a citizen of this country, but they happen to be Haitian, and I set up a whole thing where I make them seem like they snuck into this country and they're a criminal, blah, blah, blah. I know that my audience is going to buy that because they are primed to believe that. And it is very, very insidious. So between him being chased by the homophobic Israeli mob and saying, I'm one of you, like this is just a character, having to hide from them because they wanted to kill him because he was the character of Bruno is extremely flamboyant. And then him not putting that in the film, that was a political decision. That was a political decision. And so it should inform you of is Sacha Baron Cohen really just doing highbrow satire, or is he disguising his own racism, and is he taking advantage of a Western audience who is primed to believe that these things are true? It's a way of funneling in Islamophobia at a time when Americans are the most Islamophobic, but saying you're just satirizing reactionaries. Mm-hmm. And there's a couple, like, I don't know if anybody saw, what was that other movie of his? It's like, it was the other Borat movie, subsequent movie film. It had a very, very, very long title. That one. Whatever that one was. But do you guys remember that movie? There was a character who was the babysitter of the girl. She was like 60 something years old. And she was worried about, like, she didn't know. She didn't know that she didn't know who Sacha Baron Cohen was. She didn't know that this was a character. She didn't know it was a movie. She was worried about his relationship with his daughter in the movie. And she tried to take his daughter, who's played by an actress, she tried to take her under her wing and guide her. And she's a very sympathetic character. She's like one of the only sympathetic characters in the film. And yet she is treated awfully, right? She's treated awfully for the sake of the film. And Borat at one point says to her, "Will you be my new black wife?" And it's really painful to watch, because this is a woman who, like, this is not punching down. She's the butt of the joke simply because she doesn't know what's going on. This scene,
To pay for new chests, I would need employment. So next day, I leave my daughter.
Sorry, my memory is very, very bad on it.
With babysitter.
Hello.
What's your name?
Janice.
Janice, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Takumi?
So what is that, like a treat?
Treat, yeah. When she perform a command correctly, click, you give her a treat.
Oh, okay.
This is her bowl. It make her feel safe. For water, please use this.
We drink water out of a glass.
The strings in her brain might break if you try to teach her, so be careful, please.
You said her strings in her brain might break.
They can be strained and sometimes pop. One of them already, she saw something and it was complicated for her, and I hear the noise. Ding.
Oh my God. Really?
אני חוזר.
קטיה, אז תוביל שם,
אני אחר כך. אני אחר כך, יהיה לך איזה יפות.
All right.
Yeah, so anyway, that woman later said that she felt betrayed by the film. This is a quote from her. "They told me it was a documentary for this young lady to understand she has rights and she can do whatever a man can do. I felt real pain for her." And the thing is that because everyone else is in on the joke, what ends up happening in a situation like this is this woman, who is very sympathetic and genuinely concerned for his daughter and wants to really try to help her, is that she ends up becoming the butt of the joke because she doesn't know what's going on. And it's exploitative, you know, it's at the end of the day taking somebody who doesn't deserve to be laughed at in this way, which, yeah, that's what will happen. When everyone else is in on a joke and you're not, you then become the joke. That's how that works. So That was like another moment from the follow-up Borat film that just rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And I think this is a good quote from Jason Okundaye talking about ironic racism, which we talked about earlier, and I think applies to Borat. I think applies to what Sacha Baron Cohen tries to do here, and how people will still defend him by being like, no, he's ironically racist. He's racist, but it's because it's satire. So here's the quote. Baron Cohen secures his cultural cachet through baiting and caricaturing what liberal bourgeois audiences consider to be the unfashionable, stupid, and obnoxious face of racism, all the while giving oxygen to abominable views. And I think that's pretty spot on, where what can satire really achieve when you have to basically mimic very transparently mimic bigotry as a way to challenge it? And are you really challenging it when you are only reinforcing a lot of people's bigotry in the first place? And when it comes to stereotypes about Muslims, stereotypes about the Middle East, you are more likely than not going to reinforce people's bigotry. You're going to reinforce those stereotypes. And I think nowadays especially, you have Donald Trump. You have guys getting up on stage saying like Puerto Rico is a floating pile of garbage, saying Kamala Harris the Samoan Malaysian. They're so comically racist, and it's not a secret. Like racism is not, it's not in the shadows. It's out in the fucking open. So it's like, if you want to see somebody being openly racist, just turn on the news. Go on Twitter. You don't need somebody acting racist to expose racism that is just so out in the fucking open. You know? And that's why Sacha bringing the Borat character back for Jimmy Fallon a week ago, it doesn't work. And I would say it didn't work in 2006. I was younger then, and so, I laughed along. But I will tell you that I didn't fucking understand. I did not watch Borat when I was in junior high and go, what this is doing is getting me to think about my own bigoted views towards Muslim, people who live in Muslim countries, and recognizing that the reason that I find this funny and that my instinct is to believe that, yeah, they're all racist and sexist and they hate Jewish people and they, would kill me, is because those are the beliefs that I have in the first place. Like, no fucking way, dude. I didn't watch Borat and think that at all. At all. I thought the Borat character was silly, but I definitely saw the people in that village and thought that that was true. I thought he was like, I obviously could understand that Sacha, the actor, was playing a character, but I didn't recognize that was my takeaway from it. Yeah, this guy's playing a character, but the rest of this is true. He did the same thing with Ollie G before that. Yes. And it's not to say, and look, people be like, you just don't like to laugh at all. Leftist, no comedy. It's not to say that I don't think that Sacha Baron Cohen hasn't had great moments. The Rudy Giuliani scene in that movie was wild. And Sacha has certainly had some moments of brilliance. But I will say, when looking back on Borat, and also understanding what Sacha Baron Cohen, the person, what his beliefs, what his views are towards Arabs, towards Palestinians, towards Muslims. Like, it does inform, it does change things. It does. You know, like if I'm transphobic, and I do this character that is exposing people's transphobia because of what a, bigoted caricature I am, it's going to cast it in a different light when you know that me, the person who's playing this character, is transphobic. It colors his comedy in a different light in retrospect. Yeah. I do think that finding out how he views Muslims has completely changed how I view those movies, puts them in a very different light. And then to bring Borat back in 2024 with everything that's happening over in the Middle East and how normalized, Islamophobia is, and how much anti-Palestinian bias runs through our establishments, you just see it differently, and it doesn't feel funny. No, he's not coming back again. He just made an appearance on Jimmy Fallon's show. But yeah, it's ironic racism that every avatar profile photo Twitter dude loves to use as an excuse. Loves to say something extremely bigoted and be like, I'm being funny. I'm being ironic. It's just a joke. It's just a joke, bruh. Not gonna lie, I never knew anything about the background of this film. I watched it at someone's house when it first came out, felt really uncomfortable and hate it. Now I understand why, so thank you for talking about it. Yeah, there's a lot of things like this where when you watch it back 20 years later, when you have a better understanding of what the culture was like and how, depending on what we're talking about, that culture is still the same today. And you reevaluate pieces of media. We reevaluate pieces of media, and comedy nowadays that is just like relies on being cartoonishly racist. There's a lot more people now who go, yeah, no, this ain't it. This ain't it. It's not 2003. It's not just something that you can do and pass off as like brilliant jokes. You just don't get it. Apparently his ex-wife Isla is recently said she's now looking for a man that is anti-Sasha. Oh shit. Oh boy. And the other thing too is, you got to go back and look at who laughed at a movie like Borat and who went, this isn't funny because this will cause harm to us and this only perpetrates stereotypes. And when Borat came out, the people of Kazakhstan went, this is not okay. Like we condemn this because it is false, and it will only make Americans think that this is true about us, and you know, Kazakhstan is not a place that has a lot of representation in media, right? We talk about this all the time. Okay. With representation, when you already don't have a lot of representation in the first place, and the representation that there is of you is that you are a savage animal, all right? So think Native Americans. Think, you know, Mexicans. Think Arabs. There's a lot of groups who throughout American media, throughout the history of the film industry, have been underrepresented. You know, think black people. Yes, black Americans for sure. Truly, any group that's anyone who's not white. Anyone who's not white. Just giving you some examples there. Anyone who's not white, and they're underrepresented, and the only representation of them enhances and perpetrates these really dangerous stereotypes. And so it's why representation is really important. And it's also why good representation is important. And that doesn't mean that every character who's black, Latino, LGBTQ, Arab, whatever, has to be a hero. But you cannot just have these racist stereotypical depictions because of the real world consequences that has on an American audience's views of these vulnerable minority groups. And they're wrong too, right? Like, that representation is just wrong. I think the best representation of countries don't see often are food bloggers. They go in with an open mind, show the country for what it is. Bourdain pioneered it. Now I know so much more about the world from watching. Right. Bourdain is the guy who a lot of people are always referencing. They pull up his quote from "Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never want to stop beating Henry Kissinger to death with your hands." They pull up Anthony Bourdain going to the West Bank. Bourdain was a guy who went around the fucking world. He traveled the world and he experienced culture in one of the best ways you can experience it, which is through food and conversation. And Bourdain was a very empathetic guy, right? He was a very empathetic guy. And when he would go to a country with a people that had been so demonized by the West, that had been so brutalized by the imperial core, it would kill him. He would be fucking furious. Here he would be, you know, having these experiences all the way across the world, and then telling his audience and being like, it is morally bankrupt. It is like fucking evil how these people who, you know, are just simply another people in this world have been under, you know, have experienced so much pain and suffering from the place that I come from, who's literally in Lebanon during the 2006 conflict. Yeah. He really was a guy who was not afraid to go to a place that I'm sure a lot of people would be like, ooh, you shouldn't go there. It's dangerous. Or a place that was not painted in a good way. And then he would go there and see for himself and experience the people and the culture himself. Anthony Bourdain really hated Henry Kissinger. This is true. He really, 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 really did. As you should. As one should. He wrote this in his book. Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. You'll never again be able to open a newspaper and read about that treacherous, prevaricating, murderous scumbag sitting down for a nice chat with Charlie Rose or attending some black tie affair for a new glossy magazine without choking. Witness what Henry did in Cambodia. The fruits of his genius for statesmanship, and you will never understand why he's not sitting in the dock at The Hague next to Misolovic. Rest in peace to Bourdain. Rest in piss to Kissinger. Rest in Pissinger. Anyway, y'all, does what I was saying about satire and comedy and Borat and all that, do you really think Americans are that stupid they don't understand? Yes. Yes. Because you have to understand, you got to remember, not understand, just remember that when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes to Muslims, people in the West are very stupid about it. They are very backwards. Look at the conversation now. Look at how easily people will believe that Israel and Palestine is because Palestinians hate Jews simply because they're Jews. And that this has nothing to do with land. This has nothing to do with occupation. This has nothing to do with apartheid. This has nothing to do with power. That it's about, these people were just born anti-Semitic because they live in the Middle East. And people in the Middle East are animals. Listen to the language that is used in media by our politicians, both Democrat and Republican. There is so much Islamophobia in the West. And revisit post 9/11, okay? Read about how Muslims were surveilled, about how the FBI would just do raids on mosques, how they would, violently take away members of a community to interrogate them. This is something that actually Hassan Minhaj talks about a lot in his comedy. And that's why it was a big deal. Having someone like Hassan Minhaj who was blew up and was talking about how his friends and family members were surveilled by the fucking FBI. NYCPD created traveling detectives to survey Muslims. Yeah. So post 9/11, we invade Iraq, Afghanistan. There is a ton of Islamophobic policy that's passed. There are, ways that the state are infringing on people's civil rights if they are too brown. If you were too brown, or if you were if you were perceived, let's just say, if you're perceived to be brown, then problems galore. Problems in the airport, problems at work, problems walking around in your neighborhood. So to get back to what you were saying is, to get back to what you were asking is, yeah, this is the reality. And I don't think just calling everyone stupid is the right way to describe it, because this is decades of propaganda. This is, if we're talking about Americans, this is a country that our political interests have been served by shaping Americans to be Islamophobic. And whether that is through media, whether that is suppressing the voices of people in the Middle East, whether that's through the film industry, through politicians just straight up lying to people and doing so in order to have their approval and have them on board when they fuck shit up in the Middle East. You have a movie like Borat. And again, this gets back to me talking about an audience that is primed to believe that these things are true about a people who were completely fictionalized because Sacha Baron Cohen did not even film in Kazakhstan, and he filmed in a small, poor village in Romania. And there's a lot of people who still today do not know that that was not Kazakhstan. Just think about that. How many of you who saw Borat in 2006 realized for the first time tonight that that was not filmed in Kazakhstan, that the people who were featured in the movie are not Kazakh? Yeah. I love how many of you put one in because you're so used to when I'm like, if this is the first time you've seen this movie, yes. And every time I've talked about Borat a couple times because of Sasha's comments over the last year and his support for Israel. This is always something that's surprising to people. And that's my point. I'm from the EU and you are absolutely obsessed about race in the US. You put the race lens on everything. If you got a hammer, you only see nails. Yeah, you certainly don't have a race problem in the EU. You guys are good over there. Yeah. We're obsessed about race over here because we got a lot of racism here. You don't have to put the race lens over in the EU because you guys are good. It's all good over there. So I'm just going to remind you, chatter, that both of our... I don't know where you're from in the EU, but... So I'll leave you out of this. But my country, the United States of America, is facilitating a genocide. And the way that we manufacture consent for said genocide is racism. So yeah, we got a lot of problems over here, and to accurately talk about those problems and to get at the core of them, we have to talk about racism. I don't know if you've seen what our police love to do over here in America. There's a reason why when we talk about police brutality, we talk about institutional racism. Every problem you talk about is because of the race of someone. I am from Poland. Okay, you make everything about race. Yeah, I make everything about race because I'm dramatic. I make everything about race not because America has serious problems that revolve around racism, whether we're talking about immigrants, whether we have a presidential candidate who's lying about legal Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, and a lot of people in this country who believe that shit, or we have pretty much every politician in our Congress who's supporting an apartheid state that is committing genocide. And a lot of the defense of that is just caked in racism. Can these chatters ever think in terms of systemic issues? No, because it makes them uncomfortable. They think that talking about racism is not necessary. One, because they can't make the connections. They can't see how racism is a part of everything. When we talk about the healthcare system, when we talk about how Black women are 4 times more likely to die during childbirth. When we talk about how, like, I mean, so many elements of the healthcare system that are fucking deeply racist, man. Really, it's like, pick a problem and we'll show you how racism plays a role in the United States of America. Like, sorry, just because slavery in the form of not mass incarceration, but slavery where they put African people on ships, sent them over here, and humans owned humans, that may have ended, but that does not mean that racism went away. But there's a lot of people who look at it as, well, this thing is no longer happening, so there's no lasting consequences. Surely, even though this took place over the course of 400 years, once it ended, then that halted the inequalities. If there's no slavery, if there's no slave trade, then there's no systemic problems here. Anyway, all right. I'm tired. I'm moving on. I don't really feel like I have to make any more points about how the reason that I often am discussing racism in the context of the political topics that we're covering, or hell, pop culture topics that we're covering, because I talk a lot about, I talk a lot about racism in the film industry. Anyhow, okay, let's do some fun stuff. And by fun stuff, we're finally going to talk about TERI GARR, who I deeply apologize, could not for the life of me write her name correctly, because even though I know how it's spelled, when I looked at my screen, and maybe I finally do need glasses, it looked as if I had spelled it correctly. Racism isn't real. It can't hurt you. It can't hurt you. The past week or so, I have been heavily focused on keeping my sanity, less politics, more pop culture and film shit, and I'm reminded why. Even though I still deal with annoying chatters no matter what I'm talking about, back to back political coverage, I'm like, it's tiring. It's really tiring. Always just having people pop in, be like, why do you have to make everything about racism after I've just shown a clip previously of Donald Trump and his ilk on stage saying the most vilely racist shit? All right. Well, let us hold on, Farley. Let us switch over and talk about pop culture news and talk about yeah, chatter. Chatter, that's not what you said, but okay. Okay. And also, I think you're wrong. Hold on. I'm coming. I cannot think when he's hitting his bell. Hold on. sweetie. You know what? I don't care what anyone thinks anymore. I'm done. Goodbye. We're doing this. I said what I said. I gave my thoughts. And now we're going to talk about TERI GARR. TERI GARR, who's in one of my favorite films, Young Frankenstein, with the fabulous, fabulous, fabulous Gene Wilder. And she passed away. She passed away after a long battle with MS. And she was a spokesperson for MS, and she was really such a fabulous, fabulous actress. And what she did so well was she played these on paper blonde ditzy characters, but she imbued such warmth and also oftentimes sadness. And in lesser hands, the characters that she played would have just been your stereotypical blonde ditz. But in TERI GARR's hands, they were wonderful in only a way that she could do. And she also, if you watch Friends, she also plays Phoebe's mom on Friends. But let's watch a little. Let's first watch a little thing here. Which one do I want to watch?
My parents were in show business. My mother was a rockette and a dancer. Both of my parents were in vaudeville, and they met in a Broadway play. And my father died when I was 11, and my father came out to Hollywood, and he was under contract at Universal, and I think there was something in the back of my mind as he didn't finish. I got to finish this for him. If there's any catalyst, it's that.
And TERI used that catalyst to begin acting as a teenager and even appeared in 6 Elvis Presley movies. But her breakout role didn't come until 1974, when a 27-year-old TERI played the comedic scene stealer Inga in Young Frankenstein.
Hello. Would you like to have a roll in the hay? It's fun. Roll, roll, roll in the hay.
I really feel if I hadn't done this movie, there would be a whole other story being told here today, and it might be from the back of a coffee shop counter where I'd be saying, "Can I have your order, please?" Although I was, really determined to be an actress and all that stuff, but so are 50 million other girls that come out,
Haas, I will mod you, Haas. Don't ban anyone. If they keep going on, I usually just time them out. When I get to a point where I'm like, okay, now you're just yelling at a wall, I'll time them out.
To Hollywood every day, and I was really very lucky to get in this movie.
TERI's career continued to blossom after Young Frankenstein. She went on to co-star in Close Encounters of the Third Kind as Ronnie Neary in 1977. And in 1982, TERI hit a major career milestone when she received an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actress for her role as Sandy Lester in Tootsie.
I never said, I love you, I don't care about I love you. I read The Second Sex, I read The Cinderella Complex, I'm responsible for my own orgasm, I don't care. I just don't like to be lied to.
But the following year, while at the...
She didn't win. She didn't win, but she said that she was just blown away that the Academy even recognized her. And she's like, they know who I am. I'm like, girl, everyone should have known who you were because you were just so wonderful. You're so wonderful. All the roles that she played were she was fabulous. And she ended up losing to Jessica Lange, who was also in Tootsie.
The height of her career, TERI began to face various health struggles. After searching for answers unsuccessfully for 16 years, TERI was finally diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1999. Despite privately struggling with her health, TERI continued to have an illustrious career, co-starring in Mr. Mom as Caroline Butler, and even guest starring in Friends playing Phoebe's mom.
Okay. I'm your mother. So, I wanted to tell you yesterday.
Perfect casting.
I
felt all floopy and...
I think that's one of the great things about Friends is that it kept up with what's going on in the society and what's happening, and sort of exposed it to a lot of people that thought they were just watching a regular funny show, and now they were exposed to different kinds of things that can happen to people in this life. So that was what's great about the show. And thanks to Lisa for stealing my act. I got to be involved in it.
Although TERI remained private about her own battle with MS, she stepped out at multiple events to support the cause, including the 2003 Race to Erase MS Gala.
It's very important to me. I've come to it for 10 years, and tonight I'm going to get up and speak. She never asked me to be in the fashion show. I don't know why. Damn it. But I think it's a great cause.
TERI. Okay, I want to start off. Let's watch her SNL monologue from when she hosted Saturday Night Live. I can't remember what year it was, but she hosted Saturday Night Live. You guys know who TERI GARR is, right? If you've seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, if you've seen Young Frankenstein, if you've seen Friends, if you've seen Tootsie, if you've seen Mr. Mom, any of these? I feel like you might not know her name, but a lot of people would recognize her. Okay, a lot of you recognize her. Some of you are like, nope, never seen it before. So we'll play some clips from some of her most memorable movies are more than 50 years old. Not all of them. Mr. Mom came out in 1983. They're not all 50. She's adorable. She had this amazing energy. Yeah, this super, super great energy. So let's watch some clips from some iconic TERI GARR performances. So here we have Young Frankenstein, and if you've never seen this, you must. You
were right. It's coming from behind this wall. Where is it? Where is it?
That!
There's always a device. If I can just spot the triggering mechanism.
Also, Young Frankenstein was her first big movie. This is what introduced her to audiences. Young Frankenstein, which is from 1974, was directed by Mel Brooks, also starring Gene Wilder. And before that, she had been in some TV shows, some films, but nothing as big as Frankenstein, Young Frankenstein.
Hello? It seems louder over here. Hand me that candle, will you? Put
the candle back.
All right. I think I have it figured out now. Take out the candle, and I'll block the bookcase with my body.
Now listen to me very carefully. Don't put the candle back. With all of your might, shove against the other side of the bookcase. Is that perfectly clear?
I think so.
Good girl.
Put the candle back. Oh, look, Doctor. A passageway.
Whatever that music is, it's coming from down there. I'd better take a look.
Oh, let me come with you, Doctor, please.
I don't want to stay up here alone.
All right, then. Close your robe and follow me.
Oh, Doctor, it's a candle.
Good thinking. Let's try this one. Stand back!
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Mel Brooks' commentary during Young Frankenstein is lovely for many reasons, but especially how much he beams every time TERI GARR shows up.
Present and wonderful TERI GARR. TERI GARR's mom worked on this movie. She was...
You know, with TERI, especially in a role like this, she performed it in a way where she was in on the joke. It wasn't that she was the joke, that she's just the dumb blonde with the accent, is that she was in on the joke, if that makes sense. And there were more, much more accomplished actors that she was working alongside. Gene Wilder, Cloris Leachman, Madeline Kahn. I mean, there were some real comic legends in Young Frankenstein, directed by Mel Brooks. And she was like the new guy. She was the newbie. And she really fucking holds her own in this movie and creates this very, very memorable character who's not just